On the Sea of Ash, on a narrow causeway between two larger buildings, this grand structure was likely some sort of skyscraper stretching towards the heavens. Now, the skies are only rimmed by eternal, almost pillowy clouds. What was once building, metal, concrete, has been reduced to a towering island, barely punching through the surface of the Ash Ocean. Theo jumps and lands on the nearby railing, starting to walk her way, one foot in front of the other. So, it's another bust then. Yes, of course. I mean, if we're trying to find fangs, we're gonna be searching for a while. Admittedly, she sort of spins lightly. The technology of the old world was built primarily on the findings of the first Tormented, but she leaps and turns. That doesn't mean we'll just find them lying around anywhere. So, we can't give up. Persistence. That's the key to all of this. She spins again and balances her way forward. Right, of course. Theo? Yeah? Been meaning to ask. She lightly brushes the hair from her eyes. You're a flame-touched. Mm-hmm. And the rest of the pyromancers are human by their own estimation. Right, curious. Do you see yourself as more aligned with them? Or the people on the surface? She turns and tilts her head slightly. No, with us. Gaze splits open again. Strangers. Demons created with a very specific purpose. A technology of the first Tormented. A door left open, meant to be filled by whatever presence moves through. Single element creatures of particular potency. They are created to act as the shadows of the pyromancers. Theo touches down again. Oh, interesting question. I never really thought of it that way, but yeah, I guess actually. Huh. I mean, makes sense. Stefano is my brother. She starts to walk again. Sonnet's head ducks down for a moment. Interesting. She considers the person in front of her. Last of the flame-touched. A natural-born one of this ashen world. When the flames of the apocalypse spread across the surface, pulverizing absolutely everything in their wake. There were, naturally, enclaves of people. Those that adapted quickly to the flame. This one in front of her. Her eyes narrow again. Received multiple courses of experimentation by their benefactor, something to draw out the latent potential of the flame-touched left behind in the world. Without a doubt, she closes her eyes, rubbing her temples. If she herself is an experiment, likely this person in front of her is as well. A project to create the ultimate flame-touched and the ultimate esper. Theo turns around. Let's get back on the raft! Though, looking at her, kind of hard to believe it. The pair slowly reapproaches the shoreline in their raft. Theo yanking it ashore. Okay, and now all we need to do is hide it below the surface of the water again. Of course. Are you sure people won't just mistake it for trash? It's not trash. It's a precious artifact. She shoves it back under the surface of the water. Of course. Turning around as there's a commotion heading down the stairs. Thump, 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 thump. Oh, good, she's coming. Guys, she slithers up. Hey, Nectar, Sonnet says very lightly. Hi, Nectar. We were down here, admiring the ocean. Bullshit, first of all. Second of all, we've sort of gotten We've got an issue, I guess? Oh, what? Sonnet blinks a few times. Operation on the surface went a certain way. It's all hands on deck. Turns out the Queen's got a big plan. Sonnet, you're requested. Me? She turns over and looks at Theo. Not Theo? Theo, you wanna come along? Sure. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back up at the throne room. See you up there. She quickly slithers back upstairs. Wonder what that means. Operation went unexpectedly. Looks like your friends actually did a good job. Still kind of worrying. A lot of scary demons went to the surface. Yeah, well, based on what I saw of them, pretty impressive. Sonnet walks ahead. Theo lightly taps one of her feet on the ground and looks up at the derelict towering up above, then traces a line with her eyes. Beyond, there is something visible in the distance. From this perspective, it appears to be an almost ugly, narrow line connecting ground to sky. A polyhedron of multiple twisting turns, right angles, disgusting. A grand funnel connected to the world above. The line that connects this ashen hell to the burning surface. In the world above. This will take one moment. It's been about an hour since the official end of the operation was called. However, just because the operation met its end does not necessarily mean that every demon died. Ruth and Willow, this supermassive demon that you've been engaged with, was met with pulse after pulse by the probes. Functionally, your job wasn't to necessarily kill it, but allow it to bleed out, curtail it, and guide it away from populated areas. This process was exhausting. It was like hurting, but the thing that you were trying to hurt was a malicious demonic entity capable of plunging you into the depths of hell. After completing your little mission, however, you both lie borderline exhausted, collapsed on top of the great thing. Okay. That was a lot.
Man, I'm gonna need a big meal to make up for all that.
Yeah. Ugh. Hey, you think the camera's got both of our good sides? She lightly looks over you and winks.
We better. I want to watch it back.
Yeah, plus who am I kidding? We've got nothing but good sides. She sits back and lounges on the gigantic demonic corpse. You think Riddle would get mad at us for exposing ourselves to demon radiation or something? I don't know. It just looked like a good place to pop a squat. Should we get up?
I don't know. This demon's pretty soft with all these weird ass bandages on it.
Yeah, right? You nestle yourselves in the decomposing demon. Its body is quickly giving way to the world around, as if being eroded by reality. She sort of kicks her feet and's looks over at the nearby sign, blinks a few times.
What, you jealous?
Yeah. Yeah, extremely. Is this what superstardom is? She crawls her way over.
Yeah, you walk through crowds of people screaming your name. They got toys of you. It's really weird.
Yeah, no, you're on top right now, right?
Yeah, a lot of people are saying Willow wins and all that. I think it's really nice.
Yeah, it's actually super sick. She scratches the back of her head. Well, it's honestly great to be working with you again. Back in the day, we always used to talk about dreams of making it and stuff, and holy shit, you really did.
Yeah, I became a superstar, and Ruth, I'm gonna take you with me.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really have to take me with you. You just have to clear everyone out of my way so that I can meteorically rise on my own.
Oh, I see. All right, I'll just strategically take out any opposition in your way.
Yeah, perfect. Wait, we're part of different gates right now. Are we still allowed to conspire?
Well, I mean, it would be really cool if we conspired.
Yeah, just like the old days. Us versus the world. But the world this time are our friends and coworkers. She like lightly stands up and offers you a hand.
Willow takes it.
She
Nothing wrong with a little conspiring.
She yanks you to your feet. That's right. She like sort of stops thinking for a moment. She's like, well, okay. So, you know my reflection, right? She hops down.
Yeah, the sort of hope or whatnot.
Sort of hope. That isn't the first time I've really tried to like use it. It's like really heavy. It's supposed to only be like liftable by people you're close with, right?
Oh, that's how it works. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing for me. She points over there. It's the when it was like swinging its hand down at us and we like lifted it up together and stopped the attack. It's the first time I've ever actually been able to lift it.
What?
Yeah, isn't it kind of mortifying? Like you've got a reflection, you can't even swing around. When Liam threw me up in the sky, I was thrilled because I thought I finally found a way to actually use this thing.
I mean, don't feel bad. My other reflection, you know, the one I got during the station days, that one actively kills me every time I use it.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's like I'm forcing burn into my body or something like that.
Whoa. Okay. So we've both got, as far as I can see, extremely badass reflections that can only be used in certain situations.
Yeah.
Okay. Make me a deal then. Since it seems like I can only really use my reflection around you, and like, I can't do anything about your reflection, but I'll figure it out with my big, strong brain. Let's help each other out here.
All right. So, what does that entail? Like,
if I'm ever panicking and need to use the sort of hope, maybe show up and bail me out, okay, partner?
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Oh, okay, cool. And
wait, you have 2 reflections, right?
Not currently. Just got the old one. She's sort of like holds out a hand and summons the sort of hope and thunks into the ground next to her. This guy, he did a lot for me. When I was stuck down there for all those years, kind of kept me company. Stopped me from, going nuts. He's really nice. I'm gonna be honest. More than I want another reflection, I want to let this guy fulfill his dream. She, like, makes to swing this sort of hope around, but it's too heavy and it just thunks to the ground. She's like, yeah, that's about right. I want to make sure he gets a chance to protect the world like he usually does. Apparently, he's been around in cycle after cycle after cycle. One of the most common reflections ever to show up. So I figure, might as well be his wielder this time around. So, as far as picking another reflection goes, I don't know. I don't want to, like, cheat on the guy. she, like, scratches the back of her head, tousling her cap lightly.
You know what, Ruth? That is superstar behavior.
Oh, thank you for noticing. She grabs your hand and, like, puts it on the reflection, too. So, do me a favor. Help me swing this thing around.
Yeah, sure.
Let's come up with, like, dual techniques and stuff for it.
All right, we gotta have like dual names for everything, like sun and moon, earth and sky.
Oh my god, wait. Oh, back in the day, I would have been the sun-themed one, but now look at you. You're obviously the sun.
Well, yeah, I glow.
You literally...
because you're dark and mysterious.
Yeah. Okay, I can actually get into this. Okay, let's give it a shot. She puts your hand on the sword and is gonna swing it. Both of you give me rolls to do. Perfectly in sync, literally identical. You both pick up the blade and swing it, and she's like, sun and moon, I panicked. I couldn't think of a name. I'm sorry.
Solar eclipse?
Solar eclipse. She yells as you swing the sword, and a beam of light flies through the air and travels across, striking the remnants of the destroyed train, dividing it in two again, and it just caves onto the ground, sending up a wave of dust. Oh. Wow. Oh, shit.
This shit shoots laser beams?
Yeah, I didn't know. Solar eclipse is gonna be unbeatable. Let's show everyone, Willow. She grabs your hand and starts running.
All right, here's another one. This is gonna be the pole vault technique, and Willow tries to swing the sword down to pole vault them over a building.
Give me another roll! Ruth, perfectly in sync, is like, pole vault technique? I don't understand how this embodies sun and moon! You both fly, leaping up onto a nearby Ruth with a loud thunk. You go to rejoin with everyone else. Elsewhere, I love them.
That's great.
Elsewhere. The situation unwinds itself at the center of Midtown. Cam, your eyes peek open. You have been in and out of consciousness for quite some time. Right now, you come back to, and you notice that you're being given a lap pillow by a 1 Genesis Aeon. Hello.
Kim,
smiles.
Eyes open, blink, 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 looks up. Jean is directly above him. There's several seconds where he's like analyzing what's happening, and he's like, I see.
He flashes a big smile at you. Good morning, sleepyhead. You have a good rest.
I suppose so. When did I pass out?
Probably at this point about 2 hours ago.
What was I doing?
I believe you just connected to, her, points across the way, at a girl who is currently fading in and out of consciousness. Mike lightly waves across the way.
Kim looks over and goes, I understand what happened.
Yes.
I must have been shut off. That's unfortunate.
Well, you're back with us now.
Yeah. Okay. He, sits up. Alright. Are you alright?
Oh, I'm doing spectacularly. Short of getting, literally lifted up by a archdemon, I'm doing fine, I guess. The gates have been cleaning up the area to the best of their abilities, but I took responsibility for tending after your sweet soft head. He pats you on the head.
My head isn't soft.
It is sweet, though.
I suppose.
He smiles at you.
I'm glad that you're alright. I suppose you were doing a lot of work trying to take care of the civilians. I thought you might get injured.
He gives you a very specific smile. Oh, you noticed then?
Of course.
The second battle broke out, I did note the difference in capabilities between myself and those around me. Particularly, Will-O-Wisp is very impressive. She picked up a train from what I heard.
She does do things like that, yes.
The best thing I realized that I could do was to make sure that everyone else could do their jobs unimpeded. I hope I did decent at it. A rare moment of lacking... He's like, his face sort of like, he shakes it off, smiling. If I was able to render aid, I suppose that's enough.
I think you did a good job. I mean, you and Cast are pretty much the only ones that kept the civilians from getting injured, so...
Smiles at you. Don't discount your own efforts. From what I understand, that, what would we call it, a soporific? Whatever you used to... Your first water was instrumental in putting everyone to sleep to make sure that they didn't detonate violently. They've been moved to a nearby hospital for treatment, and from what I understand, we're probably going to have a very busy night.
That makes sense. I should check and see if I can still use the first water. He's
Yes.
going to summon the first water in front of him.
You summon the first water and it functions fine.
Okay, so it's still working. That's good.
That's honestly grand. He folds his legs and leans back. He's like, I have to say, for a first operation, I'm somewhat impressed.
With what? Which aspect?
He sort of smiles. A few people. Yourself. Argos. Riddle Arendite. Those. Heedlessly throwing oneself into danger with the chance to save another individual, by my measure, is a mark of heroism.
I see. He smiles.
He smiles back. He's like, he points over at Basil. He's like, I saw what you two did back there, and I'm curious how it's gonna affect the both of you. But I wouldn't pry on whatever sibling bonding time you plan on doing.
No, I definitely got very lucky.
Whenever you figure things out with her, give me a full detailed medical report. I want to do my best as a representative of the new medical department to make sure everyone's needs are accounted for.
I think, just based on what happened, how I passed out like that, I have a pretty good idea of what happened.
I see. I eagerly anticipate seeing your report then. He stands up and offers you a hand.
Cam takes it. Just stands up. It wouldn't be like... No one's around, we can just top this, right? He says, pointing at the table.
He nods. Jumps. And as you jump over, two people re-enter the area. Hey, I saw that. Ruth says immediately.
And
It was sick. You two sort of like come over. How's she doing, Mike? Sort of fading in and out of consciousness.
I'm still awake.
She's still awake.
I'm still awake.
hi, Basil.
Sort of fading in and out.
Oh, good. Cam, you're here. I don't think I could stay up for much longer.
Yeah, he sort of puts his hand on your hand, and he's like, how are you feeling?
It doesn't matter. How are you feeling? I know it's a big deal. The whole body switching thing, that's a big deal for you, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't want to die before I let you know that I appreciate what you did.
Okay, he smiles at you. He like pats your hand several times. It's alright. I'm sorry that I might have gotten a little snippy with you.
No, I understand. It's a big deal, and I understand that it's a big deal. So, I just wanted to let you know before I'm not me again.
He nods. Just so that you understand, I suppose. For me, the ability to use my own face and my own voice is very important. If someone else used my face or my voice, it would be very bad for me. So I appreciated you not doing that. I know that it's hard for you to do things like that. So I really appreciated the effort you put in.
And I want you to know that it's hard for me to listen to being told not to do things. So I worked really hard to not do that.
He knows. He nods. He's like, yeah. No, I understand. I really appreciated it. I know it took a lot of effort.
Yeah, I'm getting really tired. I don't think I'm gonna remember any of this.
Cam has the same smile on his face, and you know how you can't ever really smell how Cam is feeling? He always just has that overwhelming sense of serenity that you can't really peer through. You feel just lingering on the outer edge of it. He's sad. he always gets like this when this type of thing happens to you. He gets like a little sad. And you can feel it even through that like overwhelming sense of like serenity that he's sad for you. He like pats your hand several times, trying to comfort you, you know?
Don't be sad. I had a good run this time. It's been a few months since this happened. That's the longest run yet.
Yeah, and it's not like you're going to lose all of those months. You'll probably just lose everything between now and when you slept last.
And yeah, just the person I am in this moment.
He sighs. I think I have a pretty good grasp of what's happening to you. Would you like me to explain it to you now or when you wake up?
You should save that for me when I wake up, I think.
Okay.
I feel like you'd be wasting your air. But could you do me a favor before I fall asleep?
Sure.
I just want one picture so that I can try to remember what you did for me today.
Okay. What would you like a picture of? Do you want it to be the four of us?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. I don't know. Maybe write something on the back just so that maybe it'll trigger something.
Okay. He nods. You have your camera on you, right?
Yeah, always.
Okay. He'll take a picture of the three of you.
She's gonna try and sit up and like slump over on the mic.
Yeah, you do so.
He has the same pleasant expression that he has on his icon in the picture.
Everybody smile.
This one.
Horrifying.
Horrifying. Snap! The flash goes off, and the moment is immortalized.
Okay. I'll write something on the back for you so that you can see it when you wake up, okay?
Okay. I think I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Okay. Do you want me to, I think the ambulance should be here soon.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna stuff me in a box or something, I'm sure.
I think they're just going to take you back to OPIA to make sure that your condition doesn't go out of hand.
Right. Okay, well, I love you, Cam.
I love you too.
And then she's gonna drift off because she's really tired.
You drift off to sleep. And down here. Liam and Robin. The two of you have been cleaning up over the last, 2-ish hours. Do me a favor, the both of you. Give me a 1d10 -1 roll.
1d10 -1.
-1. 4. Okay. 1! Hey, both of you have kill counts. 1 demon, 4 demons.
Hey.
You wind up piling them up into the raw elements in front of you. Ruth walking over like, hey guys.
Sup, sisters?
Hey! Robin, desperately tries to wipe all the sweat off her face.
You guys managed to get some of these? Hold on 1 sec. Moves over, walks up to Liam, squares up. Same energy as before, Liam. When you guys were going face to face at the gate, she stares at you with a serious expression. And she holds her hand up for a high five. That was sick when you threw me.
Which one you want to high five, sister?
Give me the big hand.
All right.
Her entire body moves. She's like, I'm used to high-fiving Willow. You're gonna have to hit me harder than that.
Don't threaten me with a good time, sister.
Turns around, looks over to Robin. Yo, how'd the first day go?
This was a big first day, but I did it. I was useful.
Oh.
That's really good. Willow puts her hand on her shoulder. Just so you know, it only gets worse.
Which means it only gets better because you have further opportunities to prove yourself. She puts her hand on your shoulder as well.
I'll definitely rise to the challenge.
Melly over here is waving at you guys while they head off in this direction.
Willow waves back.
Ruth sort of like slowly turns around as you hear a discussion breaking out in the center of town. As always, Satyr, it's a pleasure to be working with you. Moves his hand forward. Yeah, thanks, man. Love it. Love to see it. Thank you for all of the Geist support. This guy's gonna move over and just stand here quietly. Yeah, I mean, we're functionally on the same side of things now, so figured it might as well make nice. World's gonna end, so strange bedfellows and all that. Yeah, love the way you're saying things with your mouth. My favorite. From the back line, someone separates himself, walking forwards, holding a hand out. Sergeant, it was a pleasure to work with you as well, rather than directly against one another.
She does not take his hand.
Of course!
She just goes, wow. It sure was interesting.
Multiple eyes warning in 3, 2, 1. Yes, it was. He takes off the glasses and sort of smiles at you lightly. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of both OPIA and Geist, it seems like we were able to minimize casualties to some extent. I hope we can work together towards a profitable future. Satyr, yeah, I hope we can continue to cooperate. It'd be nice if we were all on the same side of things, right? Yeah, absolutely. Look at us. A bunch of friends, bunch of allies, bunch of people working towards the same cause, all of us.
Yeah, that cause we all work for. A profitable future. What an interesting word to say, profitable.
Colt, bro, I'm out of my depth here. Hold on, someone actually brushes past. Moving down over to this little squad. Hey. Hi, I felt something really interesting from this area. Oh, hold on, I've got to give Bryn legs. Very important.
Oh, is it the bodies?
No. Though the bodies are very... Walks over. I may be interested in the bodies now, she says with a big smile on her face.
Bodies are
Some of
pretty
those.
intriguing.
Yeah. The big thing was, I'm feeling something really interesting from all of your reflections. She places herself, sort of in front of each of you.
What, are they mad? Last time you said
No.
something like that, they were mad. Is she mad at
No.
me? You told me she was
No.
mad at me.
No,
doing
your
an okay job?
reflection. Yeah, okay. I'll start. I'll start with giving a review to each of you. Ruth, blinking. What's up with her? Oh.
Bruh, okay, check this out. She listens to you, and then your reflection talks. It's the best shit. Check this out. Look at this.
She moves over and then places her head up against your chest and is like, "Whoa, okay. Your reflection, strange stranger, is very pleased right now. She's happy with how you threw that girl like a cannonball."
Yes.
Next up, you, the Sword of Hope. Yeah? Okay. She leans in. She wiggles back and forth. Hold on. I need to grab something really quick for the full effect of this.
Oh, are they gonna get to see it?
Let's see. Oh no, not today. That's a special treat for later. Everybody's gotta earn that.
My best friend punches fist on table.
Let me place this on. No, we get the full lace effect of. She pulls out what appears to be a phantasmal copy of the reflection and places it in the middle of her forehead. Oh, okay. Your reflection is extremely pleased, but he can talk to you normally, right? Oh, yeah, no. Me and Sort of Hope can actually communicate one-to-one. No issue. Okay. Yeah, you don't need me then. Starts to walk over here, stares at you, Robin. Leans in, leans
Hey
in,
again.
leans in really close. Wow. Your reflection? He says if you want dinner, he'll treat you because you've been through a rough time. May I hug you?
You?
Yeah, no, he's asked to pass a hug along.
You're...
She reaches out and hugs you. Pat.
Date master. Look at you. He starts shaking you again like last time.
Holy shit, Robin, I didn't realize you had game.
You don't understand. That's the empress of dating. She has
The
all the best
empress
tips
of-
you don't understand.
What the hell?
You don't even know.
I don't. Robin, what the fuck?
You got a Riz?
You've got Riz?
She got the best Riz. Like, if you want advice, ask her.
Yeah, okay, cool. Pat.
Yo, who said that? Looks up.
Pat.
Can I hug you back and
Yeah,
pass it along?
I'll pass it along.
Robin gives her a very awkward hug.
You hug Lace back, and then she shifts down. She stares at you.
Countermand is so soft.
She stares at you, Willow.
Hello?
And then you see something happen. There's a sudden flash and a light behind your eyes. Whoa. Your reflection has so much to say.
Are they happy?
Yeah. Okay, so you have two, correct?
Yeah.
Grasp the Earth and the second one. Their name is Keyhole, right?
Yeah, that's their name.
Lights up. Okay, Willow. Your reflection would like to speak with you directly.
Oh. How do I do that?
Come by Darkside later tonight when everything's wrapped up. I'll connect you two. Between you and me, it's a secret. I actually run real late hours at the bar to connect different worlds together. Dreams of the past and dreams of the present. If you want to grab a drink with your reflection, I can make it happen. So come by later tonight, okay?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, wonderful. It's a date. She backs off and then starts to hop in place and floats off into the distance. What?
Wait, did she just say date?
Did she just say, what the? Willow! Starts to you!
You. You're the master.
And then from down below, two people sort of like rush in. Riddle like, hey, you guys,
Sup, Messiah?
Riddle, you watch Riddle take damage and shift over to behind you. Whoa. Hold on, I gotta remember what you just did.
What do you mean?
Hey you guys, we're here to Willow, we need you, we need Mike. We're also gonna need the ambulance. We found where Ace is. So, he kind of needs our help. So, you mind coming with?
Oh, yeah, sure.
And
Is Ace doing alright?
Ruth looks across. That remains to be seen. Argos and I we've been tracking him from what appears to be a missile blast crater. Riddle mumbles quietly off to the side.
So he's doing well
ah.
considering where he came from.
Yeah, so we're gonna be catching up with them as soon as physically possible. Ruth? Yeah. We'll catch up with you when you get the chance, okay? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Riddle like starts to lead you off in this direction. Whew, okay. Based on what Mike said, prep yourself. He's gonna be a little different than the Ace we remember. Don't judge him for it. Riddle mumbles quietly, moving off in this direction. It was about at this point that you reunited with Mike, and you caught up with Ace. The end of that long alleyway. From here on, we will be catching up with the present. But we're gonna take our first bathroom break. Excellent work, everyone. Let me play some music.
Wait, what the fuck? We've been live
What?
for like almost an hour already?
Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
bro.
It's been 15 minutes.
Fast. We move. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom, and then I'll be back.
Hello.
Hey, Aloha. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Why you ask?
Can I not ask my good friend Aloha how he's doing
Why
on this
single me
most
out?
auspicious of occasions?
Why single me out?
Because you said hello.
I guess, sure.
Yeah, no, guess correctly. That's exactly, it makes perfect sense.
Pensive emoji.
No, don't be pensive.
How's it going, chat?
Everyone liked
And
the
I was singling
reveal.
chat out.
Does everyone like the reveal that Liam had Strange Stranger?
Bro,
Oh yeah, right. That's a reveal. I forgot.
I'm gonna have to pull up the list to remember what that one does. Is that the
Stranger
suitcase?
So Strange Stranger is a reflection that turns you into like a nightmare creature, but it doesn't actually turn you into it. It just makes you look like it to everyone else.
Oh.
And
It,
anyone
it gives
who's
you
close
the
to you
powers of that creature,
of that
essentially.
creature.
Is that why it looks like that?
Yeah. For
Dang.
context, when you're close to someone, they just see you as your normal self. When Liam and Helena got their reflections, they didn't realize something had happened to Liam
They
because
thought nothing happened.
Helena just sees him as the way he always looked before the reflection. It wasn't until they ran into other people they realized something had happened, and they were really confused.
So
Literally,
the tiny
literally
hand.
were like,
The
Oh.
tiny hand.
it didn't work.
No, it didn't work. 'Cause here's the thing. From Helena's perspective, everyone keeps talking about the tiny hand and all the other stuff. She doesn't see that shit. She doesn't see that shit. She's like, all of you are insane.
The
And
tiny
as for
hand,
the
bro.
weird stuff happening with Liam, I'll just say this way: it's kind of weird when you don't know yourself.
Yep. The only person who always sees Liam is Helena.
Damn, that's deep.
It's fucking sick, bro. Okay. Let me make sure everything is prepped. I'm just double checking maps at this point.
Yeah.
This one? No, that's a little too serious. There we go. Okay. Double checking. Y'all having fun? You having fun with the game?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Very
How
fun.
did you know?
Oh, I'm so proud of Robin. 4 entire demon kills.
Yeah, you
Hell
did it,
yeah.
girl.
It's huge.
Yeah,
Counterman's gonna take you out to a bowl of ramen.
Oh my god. The best.
The best.
Robin's. I love it because the camera pans over to Robin and then she has an unproblematic great time until she has a bad time.
yeah.
Poor girl.
Empress of Riz, bro.
The Empress of Riz, bro. Okay.
Uh-huh. I have a
Okay.
question.
What?
So, Strange Stranger,
I'll be right back.
right?
No.
the illusion that it shows of like
Mm-hmm.
them being the creature, is that something affected that only affects someone's flame?
Oh, that's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting question, my
specifically,
friend.
I'm asking this question because for strange reasons.
Yeah.
What is someone who
Yeah.
doesn't have a fucking flame?
Perhaps might have some interest in this subject. No,
And my new gifts might say that I'm not affected by flame altering ESP.
oh, yeah, that's fun.
That's very fun.
Interesting.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's gonna be very
We'll
funny.
get to that in a second.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Jesus. Oh my God. Yeah, no, keep that interaction in mind. I will forget. Okay. Once Roma gets back, we'll be good.
Imagine having a flame. All I'm gonna say.
Imagine.
Fucking imagine.
I think the funniest bit would be we don't change the icon or anything.
Yeah.
Ace is just like, you're all crazy. That's just a dude.
Bro.
Yeah. All you gotta do is just send me the icon in private, and then
Yeah.
and then no one will know.
Mate.
No one will know.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We'll be back.
Okay. Roma, you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember what I'm doing, but I am ready.
You will recognize immediately based by the you know. Hold on.
Based on what?
This
Oh,
music.
yes. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. Make sure. Just double checking. Okay. Heat pools and eddies around the three as they enter the Queen's chambers. This, in terms of positions on the derelict, is simultaneously the warmest and coldest location, depending on the 5-foot tile in which you stand. Heat is being so uncomfortably and chaotically convected through this space that each device seems to snap up and pull away the heat of those willing. For Fio, she wanders this area without a pyromancer suit, and as such, the machines seem to lap and almost bite at her heels. A testament to not only her ESP, but also Isaac's, that they are able to maintain their shape in this place. The trio enters the hall. Nectar, welcome back. Of course, my lady. She assumes her position and gestures over. Theo quietly joining the rest of them. All right, everyone. So, let's talk about the most recent operation. Before this begins, I would like to register that claims of my train being lifted aloft and cleaved in twain are grossly exaggerated. I went there in person, and yeah, I saw the train get split in half. Isaac says with a smile. Isaac, your manifestation on the surface was not according to plan. Can you blame a guy? I heard some girl got in front of a train and then lifted it. Something I've always wanted to see. Something you've always wanted to see. Yeah, you love those devices of yours. What was the last one you built? Big battleship? Wonder if she could lift something like that. I am not eager to find out. He folds his hands. Are you both done? A call through the hall. Yeah, my bad. Isaac scratches the back of his head. Of course, my lady. The battle, naturally, end in our favor. It seems that Fuse has become a bastion of sorts. Meaning, if we continue as is, we will be entering another long-form siege. No! Bullshit!
Stefano lets out a sigh. Like,
Literally,
he's, like, pensive emoji.
Rio leans forward to you, Stefano, like, why is everyone complaining?
The last fight was a long-form siege, and it's... He just shakes his head!
If it turns into a siege, I will, as always, handle the assault. Of course. Logic turns over, looking at Vinter. We can count on the Court of Death to handle the most monotonous of tasks. I was just hoping for a swift and decisive victory. I, as well, I take no particular joy in this style of warfare. Well then, I have good news for everyone. The Queen's voice rings out. As I said, we lost the battle. However, this means we are capable of engaging OPIA in all-out warfare. Oh. She leans back in her throne, metal gears resounding. Yes. If Fuse itself has proven to be a bastion, we need to target other locations. We need to weaken the rest of the world. If they are shoring up their defenses in their grand castle, let's make it so the rest of the world becomes a place less worthy of fighting for. She extends one hand slowly. Oh. Comparatively speaking, I suppose areas like Goldenrod and Gravnir are less defended. Gravnir is... It might appear to be less defended, but I would place Gravnir and Belith on the upper end of what is capturable. The Silt Islands, comparatively, in Ciala. Ciala! Right! You want to go in and mess with the god of humanity's creations. I would prefer that to fighting the warriors of Gravnir, yes. Down the line, Stein sort of speaks up. He gets up from his low crouch. I, for one, actually kind of love this. It means we can go out there and actually get things done, right? Yes. Palstein, I'm leaving the entire province of Belith to you. And the pristine one. She turns over to the pristine one at her side. Ugh. Both of us, really? Yes. I look forward to hearing good results between the two of you. You know, the only way I get him up to the surface is in this burlap sack, right? Yes. I understand the arrangement that you have. Okay. Well, no one's allowed to complain if I wreck up a lab or two chasing the little guy around with my sack. He pulls out a burlap sack and starts to gesture to it.
The pristine one pulls out a skeletal-looking gun.
Why does he have a gun? I hate this.
Stefano looks delighted. We still have that. I didn't know they let you keep that after we took it from Mr. Laius.
The Queen of Flames pats the pristine one on the head once. I look forward to seeing your usage of that firearm, strongest of strangers. There is a very faint echoing laugh from inside the armor. If I can ask, who's handling the rest of the provinces? Isaac says, putting his hand up. That remains to be decided. Do you wish to participate directly, Isaac? He sort of shrugs. Remains to be seen. Am I allowed to decide on my own whim? Absolutely not. Absolutely. What? Logic turns around. Excellent. Cool. If I see something I like, I guess I'll head up. He similarly sits down. Very well. We'll begin planning shortly. I apologize for not giving you a wide enough window to bring my ambitions to fruition. My lady, it's not your fault, Logic says, turning his head away. But while we may have failed in the battle immediately ahead of us, we did find success on other fronts. She turns over to Stefano.
Yeah, he bows politely. Would you like me to give my report on my mission?
She nods.
He smiles. Well, my infiltration went unnoticed, and I was able to secure the back door as we intended.
She you feel a smile curl from beneath the helmet. With that, we should be able to secure a path towards the first tormented. With any luck, we'll be able to secure reinforcements. And if the reports are anything to go off of, our dear Golden Knight has found success as well. Heavy footfalls impact through the hallway. A hooded figure enters. Moving to the front, he bows. My lady, Golden Knight, I have found success on my mission. He reaches into his cloak and pulls something out. A flame. Golden and adorned on all sides by wavering, flickering eyes. Oh? Yes, it started doing this at some point. I'm unsure of exactly what it means, but Nectar makes a noise. Ugh. Yeah, God. He turns and looks over to Nectar. Do you recognize this pattern? Yeah. What does it mean? Means it's about to be my problem in about 2 hours. Well, I was told to return this flame to Lady Compulsion, so I intend on doing that. He turns and moves forward. Yes. Compulsion would see his flame in her lab as soon as physically possible. He nods. Starts to move off. Right. He pauses and turns on his heel. I believe I've accomplished a secondary objective as well. Oh. At OPIA, we received reports during our mission briefing. The plan not only involving the probes was established, but Riddle Arendite apparently has some sort of font of power out in the desert. A magical sigil? I managed to target and destroy the thing before returning to this location. There's silence through the room for a second. Nectar, blink blink.
Stefano head tilt.
OPIA shared news of a magic sigil in the desert and you destroyed it? Yes. I used my position to move on it. Got a bad feeling about this. He tilts his head. What did I say? Did you pay attention to the dossier? Huh? She blinks at him. Of course I did. Always expect trickery with those bastards. What do you... Okay. From now on, I want to promise. You need to be more careful. If you're operating out in the open, they might have figured out that there might be a traitor. How? He tilts his head. Well, you're acting pretty suspicious. She lightly clears her throat. I'll keep it in mind. Regardless, I managed to target and destroy that magic sigil in the desert. If it is some sort of font of power, then it's been taken care of. If not, I suppose we'll deal with it. He shrugs. If I am allowed, I will report this flame to Lady Compulsion. He looks around the room, a bunch of eyes fixated on him. Do so, the Queen says. He bows and starts to move away. Nectar's entire body sags. He's fucked. He's fucked. She mutters quietly off. Still, her eyes peek open. What did we want with the flame of Ace Galatine? The Queen folds her hands, long nails scraping one against the other. That, I believe, is a question best left to Lady Compulsion. A faint smile and a laugh from inside one of those hollow suits. A van bumps its way through the middle of the desert.
Trouble is turned around. She's looking at the two of you. And you've been experiencing what it's like to get a lecture from her for the past 15 minutes. We just had this conversation this morning. You two need to be so much more careful. We just tried and tested the body swapping this morning, and we all agreed after you left my body, Argos, it's a bad idea to use this on Riddle. We shouldn't use this on Riddle. Riddle has a condition that makes this unusable on her. And you still did it.
Riddle fidgets in the back.
All the things you're saying are right.
I know that you guys were in a tricky situation, and I know that you probably didn't have a lot of other options. I just... Maybe try and call me next time or something.
Well,
It was, Riddle, like, sort of exhales. No, I'm not gonna offer any excuses. That was dumb. I panicked.
I'm just mostly upset because look at how mad Mike is.
Mike is gripping the wheel and driving. She hasn't said anything for like 25 minutes. Riddle, like,
This is the energy of, look, you upset your mother.
look at what you've done to her. Mike is just driving like, yeah. She hits the pedal again and keeps going. Riddle, like, look.
I know that the both of you probably had your own unique experiences from that. I can tell. She sort of says, tapping her chest. But I just, in the future, we need to think a little more thoroughly through these things. We are a team. You don't have to solve all of your problems on your own. They're just the two of you. There are more than just two of you here.
Riddle, like, lightly sighs and looks over to Argos. What's he doing?
Argos is nodding along. He doesn't have anything to counter with or even disagree about.
Riddle is going.
It's... We let ourselves get into that situation and then we're reckless in it. I understand that wasn't great, and that wasn't fair to everybody else who was fighting to support us.
She's turned around looking at you. She's been the whole drive, pretty much. You guys checked the first sigil, and then we're moving to the second one now, and it's like, she's sort of been, like, turned and observing you the whole time, and she goes, what an interesting wording you're using. This idea that you let yourself get into a situation. No, you didn't let yourself get into a situation. A situation happened around you. It's not your fault that the enemy is acting of their own accord. You can't blame yourself for their actions. You can't also make things other people are doing to you and to your friends into something that is a failing on your end because you're not living up to all of the trust that people are putting into you. That's only going to make your life harder and everyone's life harder to think that way.
It's supposed to be some kind of tactician now, but it is my fault that there was a single point of failure in the plan. We didn't have a backup, and we had to do something stupid and crazy when that happened. I'm not sure that I'm cut out for this. Can't guarantee that it won't happen again.
Riddle, like, looks over to you. Her eyes, like, have been flitting back and forth this entire time. She's like, okay, I want to say something about that, but, first, I guess I want to get one or two things off my chest.
All right.
First things first, the big thing that's been rattling me up to this point. I think I've mostly moved past it, but it was kind of shocking. Argos, what exactly do you feel bad about here? We might have some overlap.
We were in charge of making up the plan. And I guess it mostly worked in the end, but there were some big holes in it, like the plunger not working.
Yeah.
So I feel bad about that, and then I feel bad about what we did to get around it.
Yeah. For me, the plunger not working is just an obvious oversight on our end. That was a stupid slip up. We suspected, obviously, that there would be a traitor. Of course they're gonna do something to us. That we should have seen that coming. That's whatever. She sort of shakes her head. She's like, well, get him next time. I feel bad about, I guess, as a leader, I feel like a huge part of me feels really weird about everything that happened with Basil. She took off immediately, and I didn't know how to control her or stop her from doing that, and now she's in the ER, and Riddle, mutters. But, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm happy that it happened to me first, I guess. I think I can at least talk to her and figure things out. I think this happened to someone like Aura or anyone else, it might weigh on them a lot harder. She sort of lightly loosens up her shoulders, and then she makes eye contact with you. Argos, I wanted to apologize for something.
To me?
She nods. I guess, it's yeah, this one works. Part of being the strategist and a leader in this organization is accepting that you've trusted me with your life, and I functionally need to take bets using that currency. I don't like it, but it's something I've sort of hardened my heart to. You said I could be trusted with your life. Her eyes, large, open, focused on yours. I wasn't ready to risk your life that way. I'm sorry. Putting you in danger in front of a demon, that's one thing. Making you deal with all of the lake stuff, that's something else. I, mentally wasn't ready for it. And, sorry about everything that happened.
You don't have to apologize to me. I said that I trusted you, and that means I have to follow through with that.
Yeah,
even if you make the right decision, make the wrong decision, or can't make the decision, that's the lot that I chose. So
she shakes her head. Just because you trust me doesn't mean I need to hit you with the absolute worst that I have to offer. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for that. I thought I was. I apologize. At the time... She looks at the car. At the time, I didn't think it was a risk. I thought I had a better hold of everything. I got cocky. I'm sorry.
I think we both did.
You hear from the front. Treble stopped looking at you guys for the first time since she got in the car. She crossed her legs and crossed her arms, and you hear a sigh as she looks down at the dashboard and then up at at the desert, and she goes, "So, sounds to me like you're both feeling insecure about all the trust people are placing in you, and if you're going to live up to the task of handling it."
Mm.
She sighs again. "This is what makes dealing with good leaders so annoying. You're all like this." And then she kind of like kicks her leg. "This burden that you're feeling, this heavy weight of other people's trust in you, and how you can fuck it up at any moment, the fact that you can feel that weight and that it's driving you crazy is sign enough that you have what it takes. As annoying as that sounds, everyone goes through a phase like this when they're in a stressful situation like this. You get handed all this responsibility, all of these people that you care about are relying on you. If you make one mistake, they get hurt dramatically and you could never get to see them again. It's a heavy burden. So everyone goes through a phase where they fuck up and they get all in their own heads and start doubting themselves and doubting the people that are trusting them. You're not just doubting your own abilities here, you're doubting the judgments of everyone around you. It's a little disrespectful."
Riddle, like, sort of exhales. She, like, sighs, kicks her feet.
But isn't what I did just proving that I'm not ready to make these decisions? I went along
To
with
who?
I went along with what Riddle said. That was a mistake. Doesn't that?
Why would you consider that a mistake? You put your trust in Riddle. Of course you would go with what Riddle says. You're trusting Riddle. You don't know when you're making that decision if it was a mistake or not. You had no way of knowing if that was a mistake or not.
Shouldn't
All
I
you're
have
doing is no. How would you have known that? You're beating yourself up over something you had no way of knowing if there was a better outcome. The reason I was scolding you is because you both trusted each other a lot, and you said, "We found the solution, this is what we're going to do, this is how we can fix it." What I'm saying isn't, don't do that. That's what you should do. What I'm saying is consider, next time, if you look at something and the risks are that high, before you make that call, before you jump on it, just even if it's just a second, consider the other people that you can rely on too. If you still choose to make that call, once you have, then I won't complain. But you are a leader, but that doesn't mean that the two of you are alone. I'm here, Verona's here, the director's here, we're your advisors. It's our job to be here for you. You're both extremely smart.
The car sort of eases to a stop and Mike turns around for the first time since this started. Based on your review as tactician and strategist, how do you think everybody else did? Blinking.
Huh. Really well in general. I mean, there were some. It didn't go exactly as planned, but I'm happy with everyone's performance for the most part.
She's like, for the most part, okay. She sort of sighs, folds her hands. Okay. Her eyes fixate on you and fixate on Riddle. Okay, I'm gonna say this directly. The strategy that you guys came up with and led us to secured us victory, right? We're still here today, and by your own admission, everyone did good, right? Yeah. I mean, not everyone, but yeah, close enough, Riddle says.
When you say not everyone, who are you talking about?
There are... I don't know how to... Like I said, I don't know how to make sure that Basil doesn't get herself hurt. I'm racking my brains about it, but
Okay. Treble puts a hand up and goes, when you started talking about Basil, I had points I wanted to make.
but I think we need to address this problem before we address the Basil problem, because they're two separate things that are causing... How do I say? Basil is an issue in and of herself. She is not something you can control the way you could control a teammate. She has special considerations because of the way that she was created. We have to be considerate of them.
Okay.
Her existence as the Free Will Project means that she should not be considered a teammate yet, more a force of nature. And as much as I can control the forces of nature, you all can't. You can't decide if the battlefield is going to be rainy or not. You just have to prepare for rain and hope for sun, right?
Yeah.
We should
We've
not
been
address Basil
realizing
as a
her
part of this
problem.
Because if you address Basil as a part of this problem, you will find endless places you could have done better. Those aren't things you could have done better. Those were unpredictable circumstances that you had to make split-second decisions about because she made decisions that you couldn't control.
Riddle... You feel what Riddle wants, and it's desperately to treat Basil as a teammate and equal. She's like, hangs her head for a moment.
If you look at her, I understand. You want her to be your teammate. She's getting there. She's not quite there yet. She's so much closer than she was when you were all fighting in the Coda, right? Like, back then she literally just did whatever she wanted. Here, she was actually closer to a teammate than she's ever been, but she's not quite there yet. She's still developing.
Riddle's upper body sort of hangs. So, yeah. Building off of what I was saying before. You said everybody did good, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, here's the big thing. The strategy that you guys came up with and all the running around that you did, I followed that, and I considered that a part of my strength, right? Like,
Okay.
I knew what to do because you said, stand here, lead your team, etc. I think I'd like it if you considered me a part of your strength as well. That way, if you do something foolish or foolhardy or you mess up, because everybody has bad days, if I did good, that's enough. That way, if I mess up and you do good, that'll be enough for me too. Like, not everybody has to be on top of their game literally all the time. I think probably as a tactician, you'll see the areas where stuff goes wrong more than anyone else. I think if you try to hold yourself to the standard of only something that goes perfectly well will be good, you're forgetting rule number 1 of strategy. Points at you and Riddle. No plan survives contact with the enemy.
No plan survives contact with the enemy. You have to remember, part of why I think you feel this guilt so impactfully also is that your plan did include a margin for error. It was, we have all of the teams, they will do their job, we are trusting them to do their job, and they did, and that's why you think they're doing such a good job, because they did their job. Your job as a member of the team was to be the counter for the margin of error. You said, something is going to happen that we can't predict, because that is what always happens. We, the point team, will be the counter to that action. We are the margin for error. You are feeling all of those places that happened because that was the role you put yourself in. What I'm saying is, if you are feeling this sense of, I'm not worthy of all the trust people are putting in me because I didn't handle that perfectly, you were there because you were the person who could handle it at all. It is literally a point of something horrible is going to happen that we cannot predict. We are going to put ourselves here to make sure that when that happens, we can handle it. And you did. Obviously, it could have... There is some theoretical and fantastical world where you handled it perfectly and nothing bad ever happened. But that is not the world that we will ever live in. We handled that well as a group. You handled that well as people. You did what it took to make sure that the plan succeeded. It succeeded. The plan we made succeeded. because you did your job. We all trusted you to do that. I'm not happy about how it went. You're not happy about how it went. But that's why I'm saying we can learn from this. Next time, when you see that situation, you go, the only way I can get through this is by doing something to myself or to ourselves. Think for even a second before. Is there something we could do? Is there someone we could ask for help? That's all I want. That's the thing that I think would have made that go differently. And if the answer is just, if the answer is just, you look at the situation and you go, there just isn't enough time, or we have to do this now, we have to do it this way, then that's fine. I just want you to think about it.
That's that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, I can definitely say I won't be forgetting this experience anytime soon.
She sighs, and you can tell she's been a little like, you've hung out with Trouble for a while. You can tell that she's like a little bit like talking from her own experiences. And she says, I understand the thoughts you're having, because I have them myself all the time. I'm being a hypocrite right now. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But maybe if I teach you, you can teach me.
Riddle's watching you really closely.
Next time I'm in that situation, I'm going to see myself falling into that darkness. And I'm gonna see Mike's hand reaching out and pulling me free before I lose myself. And that'll remind me that I'm not alone.
I'm a part of your strength, she says quietly.
Yeah.
The point of being in an organization is that you aren't. We're all fighting together.
I won't forget that again.
Riddle actually looks over. So, I guess one last question. Probably if we continue on making plans like this, this won't be the first long, agonizing car conversation we get in which we look like utter clowns. She holds out a hand. Want to keep clowning with me?
Absolutely. No question about that. I take her hand and I pull her in for an awkward side sitting.
Yeah, you awkwardly sidecar hug with Riddle. And she's like, good. Getting chewed out with company is actually a lot more pleasant. I don't think I would have been able to deal with Mike being angry at me on my own, honestly. Mike turns, and for a split second you see her in the rearview mirror, like my eyes, your eyes.
Trouble speaks up one more time, and she's like, I'm gonna say this because this isn't the only time you're gonna feel this way. You're gonna feel this way constantly, frequently, and you're going to have to fight it in your own mind to keep moving forward. The fact that you can feel the burden of responsibility that you're bearing means that there's probably some value in the fact that you're the one who's bearing it. Imagine if someone who was bearing this responsibility didn't understand the responsibility at all and treated it carelessly. You're careful and considerate of it because you understand its weight. That has value.
Also, Riddle picks up her hand and then starts to tousle your hair. You make a wicked plan. Let's see if we manage to catch anyone with this.
Yeah.
She says with a smile.
That'd be a pick me up.
If we manage to actually get them, it'd be kind of fun.
You bounce through the desert. Earlier today, a plan was hatched in R&D. Set up 3 different probes around the district, have each of the gates guard them. However,
Wasn't it not guard them? It was the probes. They're guarding the probes, but each gate was told a different location of the sigil.
Yes. No. In addition to the probes, every gate was given a separate little info packet. These probes were drawing power from some location in the desert. Your probe was mapped to a different sigil in a different spot. The Gate of Humanity was given a location in the north of the desert. The Gate of Gravity in the east, and the Gate of Dreams in the south. All were told that there was but one sigil, and should the sigil be disrupted, the plan would fall to complete chaos. As a result, Treble would be put in place guarding that specific sigil. You've driven from sigil to sigil in the desert. The Gate of Gravities was completely untouched. However, your van bounces down the way. Headed towards the sigil dedicated to the Gate of Humanity. Mike stops the car, hops out. Riddle comes with, well, that pretty much confirms it. On top of the sabotage being from the Gate of Humanity, they had access to information that, well, only my gate had. Without a doubt, yeah, I'm teaching the traitor.
Well, looks like our trap worked, she says, turning to Argos. She holds her hand out for a fist bump.
Argos gives a dejected fist bump. I thought this would feel better than it does.
Having confirmation that there's a traitor.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I've learned in my many, many years. People do things for a reason. Now that we can figure out which group they're in, we can figure out who it is, and before we act on it, we can figure out why. If we can figure out why, we might not have to be their enemy.
I'm gonna need help on this. I'm bad with trust. You know that.
No, this definitely is our weakness.
Mike sort of brushes her hand across the ground and she's like, She touches the ground and you see a spark move from Mike's palm to the area. She starts to almost read the past of the area using her listen ability, trying to get a glimpse. All I'm getting is a split-second view. Someone in what appears to be white armor with a golden flame. Okay. Okay.
Sounds like the Golden Knight guy.
Yeah. Riddle sort of sighs. Well, we've got something to report. And we've got a friend to see. Let's go.
Yeah. Argos lingers behind for a second.
Yeah.
And
Mike looks over to you.
I didn't get a chance to say it yet, but thanks for coming after me and bailing me out when I needed it. And I'm sorry.
Oh. Mike's expression actually softens a lot. She just reaches forward and hugs you.
Argos holds the hug for a while, and you hear him sniffling until he's good to go.
She turns back around and she's like, if you're gonna make a habit of apologizing after you save everyone's lives, I'll gladly accept them, but, she sort of pauses for a second. Thank you for doing the job that no one else wanted to do. She reaches forward and squeezes your hand. There's a reason why they couldn't find a tactician. I know I didn't want to say it beforehand or warn you too much because they really believe a lot in you, but yeah, no, it's a lot of expectation, right?
Yeah, I get it now.
You look over at the
Oh.
car. Someone is sitting behind the wheel staring at you, leaning forwards. Don't worry. I promised it before. That promise remains in place. I'll protect you.
I'll be counting on you then.
She lightly jogs forward. Oh, we get to share the back seat now. Riddle
Oh,
seems
yeah.
to be good enough to drive again. Hops in. She's squinting at the pair of you. What are you two talking about? Strategy meeting.
Of
We're
course.
kind of a strategy team. Mike and I.
Yes. Strategy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna start driving now. She throws it in reverse, and the two of you pitch together, bumping for context. Mike has placed herself directly next to you in the back seat. She's rather than Riddle, who was an awkward distance apart, making that side hug agonizing. The two of you bump together as your car drives its way back to OPIA.
The new strategy. That's what we do.
Hold on. Okay. Y'all ready for some weird shit? We had a good old heart to heart. Let's
Boy, am I.
let's go for some weird shit.
Let's fucking.
Y'all are the fucking best. Okay, this one.
The fuck?
What is this?
Basil, your eyes jump open for 1 second while you're in the back of the ambulance. It sort of like rocks back and forth, driving towards the hospital.
What is the state of my mind?
Zooted. You're a little out of your mind right now.
Okay.
You look across the way and you're not sure what or who that is. It's a vague figure, but your instincts start screaming naturally as you see it. You struggle to keep your eyes open for a moment as you stare at it, and then your eyes pinch shut and open again. An unfamiliar ceiling. You look around the room, the fluorescence digging into your irises, and you blink again. And someone else is there, sitting, staring out the window. And you blink again. Nobody. Nothing. Empty room. You feel heavy, Basil. It's weird.
Heavy,
Yeah.
but I'm awake.
You're awake, yeah. God, your body's heavy. Nobody's in the room with you right now.
Am I strapped down?
No, of course not.
Feeling kind of the weight and the heaviness on me. Basil kind of shifts up to seating, and she touches foot on ground.
You touch
Kind
your
of-
foot on.
Kind of just confused. She's zooted. She's out of it.
She's zooted. She's out of it. You put your foot on the ground and it's cold. It's cool. Hospital. Yeah, you're in the.
So I'm awake.
You're awake.
I feel
Yeah. Basil, you remember everything.
everything.
Yeah, you remember everything about the last day.
I look out the window.
You look out the window. Same old skyline. Yeah, no, same old skyline from your windowsill. As always, very normal.
Where was Cam?
He was sitting by the window.
But he's gone now.
He's gone
Yep.
now.
Do I smell any remnants of him?
Nope, nothing.
What do I smell?
Nothing. It smells like freshly cleaned floors. It's a little acidic on the nose. Hurts a little bit. You wish you'd ask. You wish that they would have the restraint to use floor cleaner like Cam used to around the tower. No, this hurts your nose, wrinkling out a little bit, sending tears to your eyes.
Tears. Okay. Well, I remember having tears. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're fine.
If I'm fine. Where's what's my arm?
Normal arm. Back to normal. Everything normal.
I wish I wasn't alone.
Yeah. Yeah. You walk your way out. And into the hospital. Basil, this place smells like nothing.
And that's weird, right? Like normally I'd smell life, people, emotions. Like this is a busy place. This isn't normal.
Yeah. Clean. Oh, it smells so clean. Maybe it isn't floor cleaner. Maybe it's rubbing alcohol.
It is a hospital.
Makes sense.
Cam says that they have to keep it clean. It prevents infections, but that doesn't usually stop my nose.
No.
North or south? North or south? Which way should I go?
That's a good question. Well, you're the ultimate free will project. Why don't you decide?
I know where I am, right? It's not completely unfamiliar. What is up north and what is down south?
Dark side, Cal's there.
Cal is down south?
Cal is to the north.
Cal is to the north.
Yeah, down south, that's the rest of the hospital.
Where's Riddle's office?
Down south.
Okay, she'll go down south.
Excellent.
Oh, finally, the map. It was like, the map was blurry for me. It was giving me extra anxiety.
Of course. You walk.
They're forking the road.
What direction do you go?
Continuing towards Riddle's office.
Okay, that would be to the left.
Okay.
You walk to the left. Empty footfalls through the building. You walk in the desolate silence of the hospital.
Why is it so quiet?
This location feels familiar. The grinding of gears slows, and you can tell time isn't passing here anymore, not properly. You look beyond it, your consciousness bending slightly. You see an ocean of ash, a desolate husk of something.
Underneath me?
Yeah, beyond this room. Yeah, that direction.
Huh. Let's go that way.
You're gonna go towards the ashes?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Stopping me.
You climb down, and you start to submerge yourself in that ocean of ash. Tell me, Basil, what do you feel in this moment? If you don't know, you can always roll to die.
Yeah, let's see. Huh.
Huh. Wow. Free will indeed.
Guess I feel however I want to feel then.
Yeah.
I'll reach down and I'll let the ash run between my fingers.
You let the ash run between your fingers. It feels so familiar. It feels... It feels like home. But it feels like looking at the desiccated remains of your home.
But it feels like home.
As much as a grave can be a loved one.
Well, as much of a home as I've ever had.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
The hospital never felt like home.
No, not like this. You start to submerge yourself in the ash. That's because something very, very, very simple. It's a basic fact. The hospital never felt like home. And that's because you feel it now building inside of you like a rush of bile. Your home was taken from you. It isn't there anymore. Not like you remember it. Not like you want it to be. It isn't there anymore. You feel hands brush along your sides. You feel like they're trying to guide you somewhere. Like they're trying to pull you away from this abyss of ash.
They're trying to pull me away from where I want to go.
Yeah, of course.
I pull away from them.
You pull away from them. You struggle backwards. And as you do, you start to sink and drop, submerging yourself deeper and deeper into the lake of ash. They start to move in, trying to claw you from here. Basil, give me a roll to die and then a roll to do.
Okay.
Basil, what do you do to get away from these people?
Can I summon my reflection?
You can try.
I will try to summon my reflection.
You reach out, you try to summon your reflection, and nothing happens. Nothing forms in your hand. You feel flame almost burst to the surface, and then nothing.
Just me, I'm all alone.
It's just you here.
Well, then I'll fight like I'm all alone. And Basil will kind of claw and scratch and bite in every direction until she is free.
You start to claw and bite and scratch in every direction. And as you do, you sink deeper and deeper into the ocean of ash. You submerge. But Basil, you put it most correctly. There's no one here but you. The only thing that you could possibly hurt is back in the real world. Cam, Basil starts to thrash uncontrollably. She starts to shake, and you watch her eyes overflow with another layer of that liquid death.
He turns like he was just sitting here looking out the window waiting for Basil to wake up. He turns and he sees her start thrashing. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And he's gonna come over and try and like keep her from hurting herself.
Yeah, of course. Give me a roll to do. You can, of course, roll to die.
Yeah, that makes sense. Tracks.
Okay. You manage to sort of hold Basil down, and you keep her in place as she lashes out and physically damages you, but the first water puts you back together. You spark with flame across the surface of your body, and you keep her there. You stop her from injuring herself forwards. And Basil, you wake up?
I wake up.
You wake up. Basil? Everything's normal.
Basil? Basil, are you okay?
Everything smells normal.
Everything smells so normal.
Everything feels normal.
He's in front of you. Yeah, no.
What do I remember?
You don't remember anything of the previous day. Everything's fine.
Kind of taking in all of the external feedback after having none of it. Basil doesn't realize that Cam is on holding her down yet. And similarly to when she first woke up on the first day, she just lets out a scream.
He like
You scream. And you let it out of your system. You feel better.
Oh, hey Cam.
okay.
Is everything okay?
I have a question. I have to ask the GM.
Yeah.
Do I hear her say that?
Which part?
What Britton is saying to me, is that what Cam is hearing?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Just triple checking.
Very normal.
So, yeah, everything's alright. Are you okay? How are you feeling? He sort
Yeah.
of like lets you go a little bit.
Why am I in the hospital? I look around and sit up.
Well, you got injured during the operation that we did. There was an operation that happened, and you, I'm sure you probably don't remember any of it, do you?
Nope, can't say that I did. What's the last thing I remember, Jay?
Last thing that you remember would be departing Ciela? Yeah, leaving Ciela to come back to OPIA.
Oh, that makes me sad.
Sad? No. Basil. You feel fine.
I feel fine. Oh, okay. Well, did we at least win?
We did.
And
He
you're
hands you a
okay,
picture.
obviously.
He hands you a picture.
Oh, that's a nice picture. So they're okay.
You asked us to take this.
And Riddle's okay. She's not in the picture.
No, Riddle was taking care of something else at the time, but she's fine. I think she's currently doing some follow-up stuff for the operation with Argos.
Right.
I think she's out in the desert.
Well, can you tell me about the operation? Did I do anything cool?
How's her arm?
Basil, your arm is currently bandaged up. They are performing extensive operations on it.
You did some stuff to your body, and we're having to do a lot of surgeries and operations on you for it. You and I swapped bodies for a little while, and you were very...
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
I know you don't like that.
He nods. You were very respectful, and I appreciated it a lot.
Good. Because if I wasn't, I'd have words for me.
He smiles at you. He, like, pats you on the head. There's, You told me to... There was something that, when we were connected, I came to understand about your condition. You told me to tell you later. Do you want me to tell you now, or do you want to wait until after you are more awake?
I feel great. I feel fine. So you can tell me now.
Okay.
She kind of sits up and then leans back. She feels all right. Does she hurt? Is she in pain?
No pain.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, we're good.
All right. I know that you can't feel fear and stuff. You remind me all the time, but
sure can't. I told that bitch no.
He's like patting you on the head. He's like, but it might be a little alarming. I'm just gonna say that before I start talking, okay?
Oh, I won't be afraid. I physically can't.
I know. He smiles at you. He's like, effectively, when we were connected, I got to experience what could have happened to me. The easiest way to put it is, your condition. It is like a mold that you are being shaped into. My shape is fluid, so I flowed right through it just like water. And the first water, being liquid, flowed through it just like water. So it didn't affect me because there
was no. There was. The information that it was looking for to sand off didn't exist. It doesn't exist inside of me, so it didn't hurt me. But it definitely exists inside of you.
I don't get it.
So, your condition has specific information that it is trying to sand off of you. Think of your flame like a shape. You take up a very specific shape. There are areas where if your shape grows to be a certain way, it will sand it off and keep you from being able to take that shape.
Oh, that sucks.
Yes, effectively, your condition makes it so. Basilisk id can only exist in a certain shape, and any basilisk ids that exist outside of that shape get sanded off.
So how do I make it stop?
I'm not sure yet. It's why whenever you get access to certain things, they erase the version of you that knew that, because that's not the basilisk id they wanted to exist.
But I'm not the shape that it wants me to be, because if I was, then it wouldn't need these failsafes, right?
You are the shape that it wants you to be right now. The second you stop being that shape, that's when the condition starts to activate. You aren't touching the edge of the sander yet.
Oh. Well, why don't I just run up to the sander and then, like, smash it?
Well, that's what we would hope for, right? The thing is, we don't know what the sander is quite yet. We've actually been researching it for a long time because that's what Riddle does. It's like Riddle has been searching for a really long time to find what the shape that they're trying to make her take is, because, well, if they don't want you to walk in a direction, there's a reason why, right?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. It probably wants me to be like the other ones.
Do you remember the other ones?
Do I remember the other ones?
Give me a roll to remember the other ones. Nope. You tried, but no.
Not really.
Then actually, I think it's the opposite. They don't want you to be like the other ones. Because if they wanted you to be like the other ones, you would remember.
I guess that makes sense. I don't remember the other ones, I just remember a feeling of the other ones, you know? And I don't like them.
You don't like it?
No, I don't think I like the other ones if there are other ones.
Oh, okay. He sort of pats you on the head again. Well, there's something else I can explain to you. Would you like me to?
Sure.
So there was a consequence that was paid when I connected to you. My shape flows like water, so I just flowed right through the shape, and it didn't touch me. I didn't even come into contact with your illness. The first water is also flowing like water. We just flowed right through. But there's a specific way that the first water works. When a person connects to the first water as a reflection, it is like being deemed worthy by the primordial sea. The sea itself has decided that it will accept me and give me access to the archive of all knowledge, is probably the best way to put it. There is an archive in which all of history is stored. And that archive is, how do I say? Consider it like this. That archive is manned by a very specific girl. And when I took the first water and I drink it, it is like the ocean itself is relaying a message from her to me, like a message in a bottle floating across the ocean.
Oh, so it's kind of like you got a pen pal.
Yeah, I am pen pals with the archives of all knowledge, except for...
Do you like her?
Yes, I would say I love her.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then I'm going to have words with her.
He smiles at you.
Well, the big thing is...
She at least pretty?
Yes, she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Oh, tell me about her.
He just smiles at you.
Would it be okay if I finished explaining what happened?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked.
So, It is no longer the archive of all knowledge. Because it is missing records on one girl, he says, poking you on the nose.
There's no me in the archives.
Well, I don't take shapes that the illness doesn't want. The first water doesn't take shapes because there's no basils in here, he points at himself. But all records of all basils that have ever existed, except for the way they want you to exist right now, just got wiped out. That's why I went unconscious. It disconnected me.
I see. So, whatever that Sander is also trying to prevent you from finding out more, too?
Anything it can touch. It can't touch me. I don't have the illness. It didn't even touch me. It can't sand me. But that is now the case for everything that both of us are connected to, or were at the time. I was connected to you, and thus the first water, which was connected to me, was connected to you, and thus the archive of all knowledge, which was connected to the first water, was connected to you.
So what do you think we should do?
There's nothing we can do.
We just keep on living
That's all
in
we
an
can
existence that can't be recorded by history?
do. Well, your existence can be, if we figure out how to get rid of this. So that's what we need to do.
Door opens. Good morning, sleeping beauty. He moves in. Here for the checkup.
Oh, yeah, I forgot Genius was here to be a doctor. I didn't expect to see you here.
What? I trained for this.
I'm sure you did.
Filling her head full of ideas related to existence. Camera.
I'll have you know my head is full of existence.
Right. Of
and
course.
lack thereof.
Yes. Let's put you back to bed. You need to rest.
I don't think so. I feel great.
Who's the doctor here?
Do you have a degree?
Close enough. Go to sleep.
I'm sure that OPIA had him run through several first aid courses, so he does have a certificate, but not a degree.
A hall monitor can go through first aid courses. What do you know, CPR?
I know how to manipulate flame, and check this out. He snaps his fingers. It didn't work. Would you just be patient? Go to sleep for a little while, okay?
You want me to help you, doctor?
Sure, why not?
She'll be agreeable.
You are agreeable, and he snaps his fingers, and she boom thumps back over. She okay?
She's going through. He kind of scratches the back of his head. It's all of us AIs, and I know she isn't an AI, but our existences are similar enough. We sort of go through a phase when we grow up where we go through the existential horrors.
You say that like it's normal.
Well, all of us did it.
Looks over at Basil, and right now she's going through the existential horrors.
Well, ours was made as easy as possible to get through by R&D. The way that they set up our abilities to make decisions for ourselves and made us aware of everything that was happening to us and what everyone's intentions for us were, allowed us to come to our own conclusions and the horrors to pass quickly enough. She did not have such kind... Parents isn't the right word. He's like patting Basil while she's asleep.
Well, I guess the best that we can do as her physicians is make sure that the horrors pass as cleanly as possible. Speaking of the horrors, actually, in the other room, I actually need you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yes. Literally anyone who can provide flame.
Ah, I see.
The horrors, he says, doing like jazz hands. Walks over, and the door slides open.
Before we transition to the next scene, Cam telling Basil this, like, bedtime story explanation of how the first water works. like, yeah, she sends me a message in a bottle across the grand primordial sea.
It's so romantic.
And then, but it's like, here's how you make a chicken sandwich. It's like,
Yeah.
here's what lava tastes like.
Oh, dude, that's the most romantic shit, though.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to say bathroom break before the next bit, and get ready for the horrors.
The horrors.
Okay, everybody who needs it, rest up. I'm going to be setting something up.
Yeah, I wonder what they're talking about. The
Could be
horrors.
anything.
I don't get it.
More like the whores.
Yeah, boy.
I think it's so funny. Cam explaining all of this like it's some beautiful, like, romantic fairy tale, and it's just like, hey, bro.
No. It is.
The infinite wisdom, though. That wisdom.
It's infinite.
Okay.
It's infinite. It says
Okay,
infinite
that's
as
set
all of
up.
history.
Make sure that that's set up. I'm a fool. Okay.
I'm gonna go get water. I'll be right back.
Good luck. No, what the fuck's this fucking... This jam. This break jam.
It's the break jam, bro.
Yo.
For the break.
Breaking it down.
You're breaking it down.
The breaking it down?
The breaking.
That's is that the breaker reference? I suck so much. I want to register that I was searching different rooms, and instead of searching Hospital Room 1, which is where we're going, I searched the breaker.
Yo.
Bro.
The breaker.
Is that a fucking the breaker reference?
Oh my god, it couldn't be.
I'm back.
It's more like a Fighting Foodons reference.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's
Hold on.
right.
Grab a...
Here's a question for chat and also YouTube comments. Would you let Ace eat your flame? Would you provide him the flame?
Would you
other
provide
option?
him with the sustenance he needs? Would you just let him die?
And just let him die?
And just
let
him
him
die?
starve?
Yeah.
I love it because we can't hear the response is yes and no, but we can't tell if you're saying yes to kill him or no to I would not let him die.
Yeah. I'm gay, so yeah. Okay.
Again, we don't know if this means killing Ace or not.
Yeah.
Well, he signs a copy of all of his movies for you? Damn, that's a high price.
I'm gay, so no.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
The gay community in shambles.
The gays community.
The gays community. Can we feed someone else? No one else needs it, man.
Yeah,
It's a thirsty
I wanna
little
give my
flower,
flame to
bro.
someone else.
No, I think we all saw the same thing.
Can I feed Ace various explosives instead? Yes, but it's not good for his diet.
No, he loves them though.
He does love them. That
Clearly
does not
love
mean
them.
it's good for his diet.
And fucking
Yeah, I love
dogs.
cupcakes too.
And dogs like chocolate. Like, what do you fucking want?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Ace can have a little Gravnir discarded missile as a treat.
It's like the bomb squad, like, are tinkering with a bomb on the table, and Ace is like, please let me have a bite. And they're like, no.
It's a little treat from his homeland. A delicacy. Clearly SEO5, he has 4 flames to spare. True. What a fucking selfish asshole. It's like It's like this, you see. Satyr is gay because he likes men. Ace is gay because he hates women.
Jesus Christ!
It's fucking funny.
Oh my god.
We are not the same.
We are not the same. Holy fuck.
Bless. God, dude. What the fuck are you prepping?
I'm
just
all
going- we're just
all
going-
prepped. I'm all prepped, bro.
You're all prepped? Then
I'm all prepped. I'm waiting for Roma.
I'm back. What?
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
What?
No, it's
I'm
just
sorry.
like no, it's fine. Aloha's like, are you done
Oh,
prepping? And I'm
Aloha's
like, yeah,
just
I'm done prepping.
pissed
I
off.
I was just wondering.
Aloha's being a little
We're only,
dick.
going
Freaking
to
out.
we're only going to a fucking hospital room, and you're
All
like,
right,
oh, sorry, I
calm
gotta prep some
down.
stuff.
Okay.
I'm a
Okay.
thirsty little flower, dude. That's why I'm not calm.
I'm sorry. I had
No,
to
it's
pee.
fine, it's
It's
fine.
fine.
It's not your
fine,
fault,
I'm
Roma.
sorry.
Aloha's just being ridiculous.
Oh, it's always me. God, me and Ace have something in common right now.
Hold on. Let's see. Okay. I need to grab the right theme for this. Yeah. Okay. An unfamiliar ceiling. You look up. Ugh. No, wait. You've been here before.
Yeah.
You recognize this room.
Yeah.
You brings back memories. Look over at the window. It's right there if you want to leave. I guess.
I don't feel like it right
Didn't-
now.
Yeah. Well, last time you were in here, they went through the trouble of barring the thing. Doesn't seem like they did it this time.
Yeah. You should have. You never know.
You never know. The door hisses open. Walk. Bounce. Someone moves into the room. Someone you don't recognize? Mouth sort of opens for a second. Walk. She, like, flutters in the air slightly above you, and then, like, collapses on top of you, placing an ear to your chest.
Hello.
Oh, hi. She, like, sort of peeks up. It's like, this is weird.
I'm the one who should be saying that.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Give me a shove. Just like a little one.
What?
Shove me like a tiny bit.
Ace follows.
She floats backwards, traveling through the air. Sir, Mr. Ace Galatine? She bounces around the outside of the room like a balloon.
Yes.
Where's your reflection gone?
I unbinded to it a long time ago.
No, not that one. That one's still around. She bounces off this wall. Where's it gone?
I mean, there's a lot of things missing right now. He catches them.
You catch her and she's like, oh, thank you. She pauses right here. It's weird. It misses you a lot, I can tell. Oh, which is it? Which should it be? If I'm pulling from the entire catalog,
Sea Gazer?
Yeah, that one. Her expression lights up. She sits down. A strange, weird relationship you have.
Mm-hmm.
She starts to kick her legs.
Well, it's probably connected to my flame, and seeing as I don't have a flame right now, it's probably where it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're well ahead of me on solving this mystery.
You know, it's not hard.
Shame about her new position. one of the new witches of destruction. She spins a wheel in the air lightly. She smiles at you and then taps her nose. Don't worry, as Heaven's weapons dealer, I'm going to keep an eye on you. I have a responsibility. Her expression widens for a second. The door sort of slides open as four people, sorry, enter the room, and they're like, Ace. Hey, hi, Lace.
So this balloon bimbo's name is Lace?
Don't be rude to her. Her mouth opens.
Base.
She gets a split second of upset on her face. She's like, rude.
Yep, it's him.
You walk in and you're like, everyone like looks across. Hold on, let me grab a theme. This. She's watching you. Those eyes are still empty. Her expression has changed, though.
Yeah, she just kind of floated on top of me and then started floating around the room, saying some cryptic stuff.
Yeah, no, that's sort of my lot in life. Doesn't necessarily make me a bimbo, though. She mutters quietly from the side, kicking her legs off the table. Riddle's like, hey, that aside...
Yeah.
Oh boy, where do I start? How are you feeling?
How am I feeling? Well, how does my body feel right now, Jay?
Heavy.
Heavy?
Okay. So, there's no clean way to do this, so I'm just gonna jump right in.
Yeah, feel free.
Ace, your flame's missing.
Yep.
It's,
Stolen?
Yeah, just lost. It isn't here.
Yeah.
But
Did you leak it out?
You are still
Alive.
somehow.
You should be dead.
Yeah, I get
You
that
might
often.
even be dead.
Yeah.
It's like, at least currently, your body's still moving without any flame, which is... It's not unprecedented, but should be almost impossible. You should be fragile beyond belief.
Mm-hmm.
You should be as easy to break as glass. But for some reason, your skin's almost hardened into... I can't even tell what that is. We've tried scanning you a few times, but all of that requires flame, and you pretty much just devour it on the spot.
He kind of sits up. Okay. He just kind of like looks at his hands and stuff.
I don't really know how to say this. Right now you're living off of the flames of other people and other things.
Like bombs.
Yeah, like bombs. Functionally, the human body is made up of two aspects. The body and the flame. They both fit together like a key in a lock. Someone took the key out and left the lock behind.
Mm-hmm.
But, you can kind of emulate the shape of the key by filling a lock with like a silly putty, right? Functionally, we can emulate what your flame was like by giving you transfusions. Then, just for a short period of time, your consciousness will return.
Yeah. Yep. Checks out.
Here's the
You-
Yeah.
You seem to be taking this in stride, which I know that's your thing, but is this not surprising to you?
It makes more sense than you think.
Did you expect this or something?
No, but this is what I was born to do, I guess.
To that?
Yeah.
I hate to say it, there's another outstanding issue.
Mm-hmm.
While your body's here, your flame is, not. It's, somewhere else.
Yeah. Do I remember who took it?
You do? Yeah, vaguely. Just a hint of a memory. Yeah, you do.
Some asshole wearing something that looks like obsidian gold.
Mike, like, sounds like that. Sounds like the Golden Knight.
Yeah. But why?
I mean, I don't know.
You're not even with OPIA anymore,
Yeah.
but it's like you were specifically targeted by this guy.
In my brief moments of consciousness, I've put a couple things together. Obviously, they didn't know about this. He gestures at his own body. They want to take my flame and turn it into something. Something like Vault Watcher. Something like the thing I fought earlier. Some kind of reflection-fused being.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This might be a ridiculous question, but how are you, taking it? Riddle sort of sits on the corner of the bed.
I haven't really had time to process anything yet.
Okay. That's... You'll be given time, for sure.
Yeah, I have nothing but time.
Yeah. Mike, like... I'm sorry?
Sorry for what?
I'm sorry you couldn't retire.
Thinks about that for a second. I'm more sorry for you guys.
Riddle, like, looks.
If an Ace Galatine is what shapes the definition of heroes, that means none of you freaks are getting out.
Oh. Oh, man. Riddle, actually, God. Okay, time to roll for her.
Oh.
That's fun. She leans forward, actually, across the bed and sort of, like, actually grabs you by the collar for a second and then... Patient, right. She kneels on the bed, and for a second you felt like Riddle was going to punch you? She's kneeling on the bed in front of you. She still has your collar gripped, and she takes her forehead and actually places it against, like, your chest. Ace. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I wanted you back, but not like this.
Yeah. I wouldn't exactly say I'm back.
What do you mean?
I mean, I could always just choose not to fight.
Riddle looks down, sort of leans back, meets you eye to eye. I I really wanted to protect your ability to do that. More than anything.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
But she shakes her head. Ace, it's like what you just said. I wanted to hope for the future that you always talked about. One where we all made it out of this okay, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I can trust in that so much anymore. After all, look at what they did to you.
I'm not dead yet.
You're not. But she like leans forward and puts a hand on your shoulder. You won't be. Be here to help, okay?
Yeah. Honestly, the most fucked up thing about this situation is that I'm more alive than ever.
What do you mean?
I can't feel it anymore.
She tilts her head.
The world around me. The constant pressure and information.
Mm.
I feel like for the first time I can kind of see the world like you guys do. No threat of demon possession. No threat of anything. Isn't that fucked up? Only through death can I, like, achieve...
Riddle puts her face in your chest and just starts to lightly punch you on the shoulder. It's like, shut up.
What happened to bedside manners?
You're the one who said you're not dead yet.
I mean, it's just, yeah, I'm not dead, but I guess I'm dying. It's, okay, yeah. You coming in too, Argos?
Yeah.
Hey.
Ace,
Yeah.
can you still taste things like food?
I don't know. I haven't eaten anything other than bombs recently.
All right. Then I'm gonna cook you the best meal you've ever eaten in your, well, not in your life, but I guess in your death, in your half-life. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
She leans back. Hey, look at your flame back. Then if you want to retire again, go for it. You can call us all morons for still fighting or whatever you want.
Oh, don't worry. I'm getting that flame back. And I'm gonna
Yeah.
destroy everything that's in its way.
Yeah.
Hopefully
that's,
by the time I grab it, there will be nothing left.
Hopefully, I guess.
Sounds pretty destructive.
I mean, I'm just in that kind of mood, I guess.
Mm.
I guess coping.
Nah, we're not coping. We're hoping for a better future.
Yeah. She like leans back. Yeah. Let's hope for a future where you get to live as well. That's what you told me.
Mm-hmm. Now could you get off me?
Fine, jeez. She sort of like retracts. There's one more logistical thing that we do need to address, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually a few. But the big one. What you said earlier about your flame being forged into something like Vault Watcher?
Yeah.
Ace, the longer... If you've been separated from your flame, and your body's still moving, you have been split into two different entities. There's body, and there's flame. We need to reunite you as soon as physically possible, or you might not be able to ever rejoin.
That makes sense. Right now we're the same person, but I guess this is the divergent point.
We'll start to have different experiences.
Yeah. Okay. Whew.
Don't worry. We'll help you. This
No,
time, let us save you. If you want to continue your retirement, feel free to do it from this hospital bed.
That's boring as fuck. He looks at Riddle in the eye.
Riddle, like looking away, sort of fidgets. Retirement always did kind of sound uninteresting, though.
Take it from me, I'm gonna be real. It is.
You say this out loud. It's a quiet omission, but to you. You know when it happened. You can feel that sensation deeply ingrained in this body of yours. It's something that spreads throughout you as certainly as your breath. That moment that you slipped, you let the demons in. It wasn't some grand orchestration by the Golden Knight. It was a gradual and more insidious weakening. Something that happens over the course of weeks. A slow discoloration of the world, as insipid and entrenched as anything else. Your mind, when it faltered, wasn't some grand psychic attack or great demonic plan. You know the reality of this situation. Your eyes adjust to the quiet skies. In this discolored world, you'd already let them in. You look around at the area. Might be a little hard to admit, but at least at this moment, this world's looking a lot brighter.
Yeah. But it can grow dim at any moment.
Sure can. Sure can. There's a hiss. A disconnection of steam. You hear a grinding noise as different servos lock and move in place. Okay, should be good enough. Okay. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up! She starts smacking the side of the machine as a visor flits on.
The fuck?
Ace, you look down. These aren't your hands.
Ace is going to grab the protector's throat.
Hey, good try. You're still strapped in. Okay, so first of all, welcome to the derelict. She's like moving back and forth. You're strapped to what appears to be a table. You look down at your body, and a familiar yet unfamiliar suit is locked in place around you. So, first up, you probably have a lot of questions, so hit me.
So many questions in his mind. He kind of understands kind of what's going on. Looks at this person, looks at the thing around him. He wants to ask, what's happening? Who are you? What is this place? But it's just this kind of thing of, I don't know. Are any of those the right, questions to ask? And he goes, "Could you let me free of these restraints, please?"
Are you gonna try to fucking kill me?
Yes.
Okay, then no. No, I won't. She sighs. Okay, next question.
So, what's your big scheme?
Mine? Are you asking mine or the... Okay. My big scheme is getting you in and out of here in short order because no one around these parts knows what to do with your flame.
So they take my flame and then don't know what to do with it?
She nods and leans on the pod. Yeah. The pyromancer of compulsion had big goals for you.
Pyromancers?
Oh, yeah, right.
Is that what they call themselves asleep at night?
Yeah, a little bit. She actually lets out a light chuckle. It implies control of the flame. She waves a hand. Regardless. Yeah, Pyromancer of Compulsion had big plans for you. She was planning on uniting you with some sort of experimental reflection she'd made to control your every action. Problem is, points at you, you're already bound to a reflection.
Okay. I mean, that's good, I guess.
Yeah, it means she doesn't have any use for you anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, so they basically said, hey, we got this flame, get rid of it, and, here I am, with one of our spare suits for the 7th Pyromancer. And, well, I stick you in there, you get a body. I think the Golden Knight's planning on throwing you in jail or something. I don't know. I'm just a technician.
You have jails down here?
Yeah. Golden Knight's big plan is to capture people.
Why?
I think he's got a soft spot for you Opia folk. I don't think his goal is to kill you. I think it's to bring you down here and try to win you over to our side or something.
It's kind
Slide.
Kind of a stupid way to try to do that.
She shrugs. Apparently, I don't know. Apparently he's got some big plan. But that plan didn't work on you. So, here's your new body. Enjoy.
Enjoy. He's just laying there.
She's like, yeah, so you're gonna be transported to the Golden Knight's, like, personal wing or something. I think he's coming over here to pick you up. She coils back. So, any remaining questions?
How strong is he?
Comparatively, I'd put you and him about equal.
Okay.
You're getting ideas, huh?
Always.
Cool. I wouldn't recommend doing it immediately. Just bide your time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm deep into here. Even if I got out, I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah. She folds her arms. Blink, 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 blink. You're really calm about this. I thought you'd be freaking out. Like screaming like, there's a demon.
I don't know, you're not like the ugliest demon I've seen.
Blink, 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 blink. Moves back over. She is watching you very closely. Huh. And then moves back. She's like, yeah, well, so enjoy your stay on the derelict. Oh, right. There's gonna be like a butler guy. Like a butler guy. He's gonna come around and definitely give you food.
Okay.
Be nice to him specifically.
Can I even eat?
Do you want me to make it so you can eat?
No, I don't care about eating.
You sure? It sounded like you were interested for a second.
I was just more curious than anything.
Okay. Yeah, me too, actually. Yeah, but there's gonna be a little butler guy who comes by and tries to give you food. Be nice to him specifically.
Okay.
My advice is it'll make your stay like 10 times easier.
Okay.
Other than that, I guess I could give you the inner politics of the pyromancers, but I don't really want to. So, like, good luck.
I don't really care.
She slaps the side of the thing and a ka-chung releases.
Am I able to get out?
Yeah, you're able to get out and move around.
You don't think I'm gonna kill you, even after I said I was gonna kill you?
Nah, we talked enough. She starts to move away and mess with things over here.
He like, grabs his wrists and kind of just, like, feels where the restraints were, and he's just like, I wouldn't lie if I was a little bit tempted right now.
Yeah. Huh. She actually looks over. Oh. She starts to move over and gets close and actually, like, moves in and is like, hey, between you and me, they are panicking about what to do with you.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that panic involves a backup plan that I don't like very much.
Okay.
Functionally, your suit is rigged with a detonator. Yeah.
This ace
Yeah.
doesn't know, but man, sure are a lot of bombs around me recently.
Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of bombs. She like sighs. She's like, yeah. So that's going on the inside right now. If you step out of line a little too much, the pyromancer of logic has his finger on the switch. So
Kill
keep
him
that-
first. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh. I mean, if you're going about it that way, I guess. She sort of shrugs. Just behave yourself, or, kaboom.
You know, when I said I was gonna kill you, you could have just led with the fact that I had a bomb in me the first point.
I mean, she leans over again. Okay, for context,
Uh-huh.
the pyromancer of logic would not hesitate if you reached out and grabbed me to hit the detonator anyway, and then we'd both die. Yeah, sucks for both of us then, right? Nobody wins.
He just thinks about that and it's just like, damn.
Yeah.
rough.
It is for all of us. She punches you on the shoulder. Ow. And then the door hisses open. Walks in. He looks over at you. You two acquainted already? We've met passingly, yes.
I would punch you, but I've been informed that I have a bomb in me.
I see that Nectar has been very forthcoming.
I mean, it's good though, because if she didn't, then I would have done it and we were both blown up. Though it's not a bad option right now, considering.
He sort of like turns around and he's like, for now, I would hope to get your compliance, lest that switch be pushed.
Uh-huh. Just walks up.
Starts to walk. And you work your way out. Oh boy. The son of a bitch. So, Ace, how's retirement treating you?
Oh, man. He says nothing.
Walks ahead of you.
So what's your big plan?
He turns around.
You gonna tell me to do some messed up things?
No, for now, I frankly would like to keep you here through the end of the world.
Uh-huh.
He starts to walk up the stairs. Functionally, this is the only way anyone from OPIA survives.
Mm-hmm. have you met that Willow girl? I don't think you can really kill her otherwise.
He's quiet. I don't believe we're capable of capturing Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, so there's already a fault with your plan?
He shakes his head no. My goal is to capture as many people as I'm physically capable of. I don't think I'm a miracle worker. I'm a realist.
He thinks about that. I mean, good luck, I guess. I think you're putting things a little too simply. You're drastically kind of underestimating them.
He turns. How so?
If you were actually a realist, you would understand that there isn't convincing them. They're not going to magically come to your side. They're going to fight till the very last end, with every single little dirty trick in the book.
And that's why they need to see the world end. Once, at least. With their own eyes.
You think the world ending is going to convince me?
The door slides open. Did for me.
Well, I guess you're just weaker than us.
He hits the button on the side. That much, I might actually admit. Well, go on.
Yep. Thank you.
He, leans up against the bright red bars for a moment. No interaction with him, but you get the feeling that if you were to touch any part of this, it would be it'd be a painful experience.
So, you're just gonna lock me in a cage, make me watch the end of the world, and think that's gonna convince me to like you?
He shakes his head no. Liking me is completely secondary. I need to make sure that some part of this world survives.
Okay. It's interesting, I guess.
He folds his arms. For me, I was given a somewhat simple deal for my cooperation. Functionally, this place could function as my ark. To wait out a storm that I know cannot be stopped.
Dang. So you saw a world end before,
He nods.
and you care about this world and the people in it.
He nods.
And so you're just gonna let it end because you feel like you can't stop it?
He nods again.
And save the people that you like just so you can, I don't know, carry that world on forward?
If I was saving the people that I liked, I would focus on an entirely different subset of people. He puts his hands on the bars. I'm saving the people that I believe can make a difference in the future.
And you think you have the power to decide who's worth living on?
He takes a step backwards. I think I've been granted that power, yes.
He just kind of thinks about this for a second. This man is deciding who will carry on to the next world, who's worth it, who would benefit the next world, and he just kind of sighs a bit. Grumma? Well, I hope you can accurately gauge who's worth it then. I think you don't really understand someone's worth until it's too late.
He nods. I have experience there as well. Have a good day, Ace.
Have a bad one.
He walks out, flipping you off as he exits.
God, they have snack machines in here.
They do. Hey Roma, tell me what's in the snack machine.
Yeah, just a special little guy left a bunch of treats for everyone who has to stay in here. There's different kinds of drinks in one with a bunch of snacks at the bottom, and then one of them seems to have full meals inside of it.
I can't eat. That's why the sad music's playing.
Hey Ace, what's the plan?
What's the plan?
What's the plan, man?
The plan is always, I guess, wait for them to continuously underestimate us, and then take them all out.
Solid plan, honestly.
I kill the one with the switch to the bomb first.
Yeah.
And then I think of next plan.
You hear someone enter the room.
Hello?
Oh, you're the butler. I'm supposed to be nice to.
Oh, did they tell you to be nice?
Nectar did.
Oh, that's very considerate of her.
Yeah, I assume you're the one bringing...
Someone walks in immediately behind him.
It's like, you know how in video games when you like get close to an NPC and they lock onto you? And
Yeah, the head turns the entire time.
Yes, I'm escorting Lady Theo here.
Argus's demon girlfriend.
Does he call her his girlfriend?
No.
Theo opened her mouth for a second. She's like, hi, Ace.
Hello? You?
It's been a while.
Oh.
Oh, I forgot that the two of you are technically already acquainted.
A
Well,
little bit.
then allow me to introduce myself. My name is Stefano Butler. I'm the stranger of Inner World. I'm also referred to as the Steward of the Stars.
Your last name is Butler?
Yes, I picked it myself.
Good for you.
Thank you. You see, I'm the best butler in the entire world because I'm the only one.
What happened to the other butlers?
They probably all died.
Why?
Probably, world ended?
They perished along with the blaze.
Yeah, the blaze.
Ace is gonna... Butlers still exist.
In the burning world, yes.
Oh, I thought he was just saying he was like the best butler, the only butler like left like ever.
No, there are butlers still up in the burning world. The perspective is very different around here.
I'm still better than them, though.
I believe you. It's just
I believe you.
I just didn't wanna, I don't know, break your heart by telling you that there's butlers. I guess I don't know how often you guys get up to the surface, or at least
I
I know
got to buy groceries on occasion.
that's good, I guess. Okay. He like props one leg up on the other, kind of like, so you're here for a purpose.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you enjoyed Stefano's tea.
I can't
Yes.
eat or drink.
Oh, would you
You should-
like me?
You should try to drink it anyway.
Would you like me to request nectar to imbue it with flame? Maybe then you could consume it. You could absorb it into your flame.
Huh.
Theoretically?
Huh. I mean, Nectar said, "Do you want me to make you able to eat?" And I said, "No. Why would I want to eat?" But then I saw the snack machines, and then I was like, "Wait, this is hell."
There was a second when you were like, and I said no, where he looked like this.
I see. I was unaware you were uninterested.
I mean, I didn't
I
sleep,
prepared-
and that was like a benefit to me. So I was like, maybe if I don't need to eat either.
I prepared so many meals this morning. I was unsure what your palate was. That was one of the things I was hoping we could discuss. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I realize all of these food that is in here he made today for you.
Oof.
Yeah, getting that modification might not be a bad idea, but maybe it's a good idea to drink the tea beforehand.
There's something in the tea, isn't there?
Is there?
Did you put a secret message in the tea?
I'm going to go.
She didn't tell me that we were scheming.
Stefano looks. He's like holding, like a very polite butler. He's holding a thing of tea in front of him that he had placed on the table, and he was getting ready to serve you two before she got up and left. And he like looks in it, like he's like looking over the little tea set that he had.
You look down at the tea set. Functionally, if you both inspect, Ace's teacup does actually have something written on the bottom of it.
Huh.
Huh.
What does it say?
7 hours.
7 hours?
Yep.
Do I have a clock in here?
You
No,
look
but
wrong.
I am always
Yeah.
aware of the time, if you need assistance. Would you like to know?
If you could, make me aware, 6 hours and 50 minutes from now, that would be good, yeah.
Alright, I will make sure to make you aware 6 hours and 50 minutes from now.
He pulls out a little stopwatch and looks at it and then puts it away.
Wow. I think they'd have a clock in here.
I can have one arranged for you if you would like.
Does time even work the same down here?
He looks to the side.
It does in some areas.
But what about this one?
Well, they put you in the suit, so I imagine probably not. Maybe. Oh! Actually, we're in the Golden Knights wing. It probably does function in this area. Maybe. This area shouldn't siphon flame.
Okay. Yeah, if you could give me a clock, that would be rather kind of you, I guess. There's 4 beds. I have a lot of options to choose from.
I was hoping that...
He sighs a little bit.
Well, when we all agreed we weren't going to do the killing this time, I was hoping that we would have plenty of guests, but then when we brought someone back here, they immediately started trying to experiment on people, and I realized maybe the kidnapping was worse.
He props his arm up on the table, then puts his head on his chin. I mean, his fist on his chin, and he's just like, so, the human experimentation's where you drew the line?
Well, I wasn't aware they were going to do it until it was too late.
Uh-huh. Is this a new thing?
Well, Lady Compulsion kind of doesn't talk to me about what she does in there.
Yeah.
I just
yeah.
go in and I clean the lab and then I leave.
Yeah, that compulsion messed up a friend I know, yeah.
Yes, she is, well hated from what I understand.
Mm-hmm, yeah. So that's fair. So, compulsion and logic seem like a big issue, huh?
Yes, they are.
Paces a bit.
Yes, I suppose they would be, from your perspective.
Yeah.
I consider them to be a big issue, mostly because they're very messy.
They're messy, huh?
Yes, I have to clean their labs regularly. Logic racks up teacups and coffee cups more than anyone else in the entire derelict.
Huh. Ace is just thinking deep with this, they're messy, huh? They're gonna make mistakes.
He's already scheming.
They, if I do not appear at the same time every day, Lord Logic will call throughout the entire derelict for me because he gets impatient about when I clean up.
That's the guy that has my bomb switch.
Most likely. He does like them very much.
Bombs?
Yes.
Why?
I haven't a clue, honestly.
Okay. Thank you
I'm
for...
more-
Yeah.
I'm actually more partial to melee weapons myself. I heard that you were a martial artist, is that true?
Yeah.
Is that... He pauses, looks to the side. Oh, may I ask you a question? This might be strange.
Uh-huh.
Are you one of the nice A-skeletons or one of the mean ones?
He thinks about that for a second. I've met meaner A-skeletons.
Objectively correct.
Oh, that's a relief. I will take this into consideration when I'm considering how to best take care of you.
What would you do if I was mean?
Take it into consideration.
Like how?
I suppose I would guard myself better.
That's fine. I wouldn't even try to hit you. I have a bomb on me.
If you didn't have the bomb, would you hit me?
He thinks about it. Huh. No, I don't think so.
I see.
He seems like he's taking a mental note.
I'm not like an A-skeleton that like kicks puppies.
Good!
Like, that's kind of what he was at. He was like, are you evil or like, where are we at on the spectrum? And you're like, I don't kick puppies. And he's like, okay, that gives me, okay, I understand now.
I wouldn't say I'm the nicest, but I wouldn't say I'm not Deca.
Yes. Okay. We are on the same page.
But I'm no whole guy either.
Well, that's very difficult to live up to.
They're
wouldn't hold yourself-
communicating.
I wouldn't hold yourself to standards like that. That's, I'm sure you're wonderful in your own way.
Yeah, I'm not here to meet anyone's standards. I'm here to give them what they never know they needed.
Oh, what does that mean?
I don't know yet.
Mm.
Because I don't know what they need either, but when I find that out, it will be a lot, smoother. This is a weird experience, because this isn't Ace trying to, like, hide emotions or anything.
Yeah.
This isn't Ace trying to do anything. This is just Ace just kind of, like, free-flowing of just, like, yeah, I'm just saying shit at this point, because it's just, like,
Yeah!
I don't know.
You were told like, oh, be nice to this one. It's like, what the fuck are they gonna do at this point? Possess you?
Yeah.
Like a fucking god.
Stefano speaks up and goes,
So your goal is to give people what they never knew they needed. I suppose in a strange way we're very similar then.
Yeah.
My purpose for existing is to understand the needs of others and, I suppose, serve them. So, in a strange way, it's my job to understand what people don't understand that they need, and then give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. You'll find it eventually if you try enough.
It's... how do I say? It is a task I think may be impossible, but they told me to do it, so I will do my very best.
Yeah, I'm sure you're doing a great job. Everyone I've heard, all two people have only said good things, I guess.
Well, that makes me happy at least. I suppose you haven't spoken to the people who are open enough to say how they feel about things directly like that.
Oh,
Negatively, I mean. Negatively.
Don't worry, I'm one of those people.
I see.
So that means I'm, truthfully speaking. Who are those people? Or is it like logic and compulsion? Is it like...
Logic. Compulsion mostly just laughs nowadays, but, logic, Vinter, depending on who you are, Stein, oh, pardon me, he puts his hand in front of his mouth. Lord Logic and Lord Vinter and Lord Stein.
Do I? I thought you were just trying to hide their names for Burn's sake. Do I even have Burn?
right now, in the state that you're currently in, your flame is sparking and struggling against the suit, but nothing seems to happen.
Huh. So there are perks to the suit then.
Well, yes, theoretically, it is a, I'm not the most scientifically minded. I think Nectar might be better at explaining this. It should keep your flame safe.
Okay. Oh, that's good to know.
Think of it like if your open flame was exposed to the environment of the derelict, it would die instantly or near instantly, or alternatively, be sucked into the throne.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, I've been there.
So, really?
Yeah, I've been down here before. I guess twice. No, not twice. Derelict and the Flame of Creation are two different things. I've been down here at least once.
I see.
Yeah, it nearly killed me, but I didn't die.
Yes, it will do that.
Yeah.
There's a specific, set of circumstances that the building has. If, he thinks, he's like trying to figure out, there are people here who clearly understand and have explained this to him, but he's just like the butler, you know, so he's like, I'm trying to figure out how to explain it.
That's fine. You know, if you can't find the words, that's fine. Oh fuck. If you can't find the words, that's fine. I accidentally over my character sheet. If you can't find the words, that's fine. I'll just get it out of someone else later, I guess.
Oh, alright. I just wanted to let you know how the suit worked so that you didn't accidentally expose yourself to the machinery and then die.
Nice.
It's a suit that is creating, in theory, I think it's a suit that creates a barrier of flame around your flame so that if other flame engages, it doesn't touch yours directly. It should touch the other one first, theoretically, unless they set it up differently than normal. In that case, yours would be the one running through the suit, and if you are touched by anything, it will have an effect on you. Also, he puts a finger up. This is just a word of advice. If you are talking to Lord Logic, do not let him touch you. He will corrupt you.
Really? Okay. It's good to know, good to know. I'm kind of a hard guy to touch in the first place, so.
Yes, I watched some of the streams. You said that you're a practitioner of something called the Formless style, correct?
Yeah.
How do you study that?
You think about that? You don't. It's just something you. It's like breathing. How did you study breathing?
I suppose I did have to study breathing first for a time, with this body at least.
Yeah, it's kind of something you have to learn as soon as you're breathing, I guess. It's not really like, you know, that you can do approximations of it, but like, you know, the real deal is kind of a lot more brutal than that. And I wouldn't suggest it. You could probably get around fine doing something else.
You start to say this. You speak it out to the world, and you're like, yeah, the real thing's a lot more brutal than this. It's almost like, it's like breathing. It's like a process. It's not something that you train. It's something that's beaten into your body through sheer repetition. Effort. It is a coagulation of all of the effort that one puts into not only developing a style, but your mind skips a beat for a second, and you double forwards, grasping your head. It's not just a style, right? It's a philosophy. It's focused on restraint. Restraining the self. Holding something back. It is about forging your body into something that cannot be defeated. At that point, all that's left to do is to build the control. The method that stops it from running wild. You feel sick. Right now, Your flame flutters freely in the suit, unimpeded. You have been disconnected from that, and right now, it is loose. An utter failure of the teachings. Ace?
Yeah.
You sit in a room full of people concerned about your well-being. During the intervening time, more individuals have come in to lend their expertise. And you continue to sit in the hospital bed, a pile of people building up around you. Okay, so, I'm gonna run you down your options. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You're completely lacking in flame right now, so we need to get you flame. That much is blatantly obvious. It'll keep you in control, it'll keep you coherent. Are you ready? Are you
Okay.
ready to do that?
Stay coherent and absorb flame to stay coherent.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't really
you
have a
were doing
choice.
that, but you were doing that by breaking objects before.
Yeah.
Like, I think a propane tank or something?
Yeah.
Kerosene?
Yeah. A bomb.
A bomb. Yeah, the bomb. Okay. So, first up, sources of flame. Let's take a second to talk about it. You need to get flame from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
If you pull flame from something random, it's going to be really harsh on your digestive system. Functionally, think of it like eating food that's covered in dirt and rocks.
Okay.
You need flame from a source that keeps it pure. Pure flame will be the best, and motions over to Mike. Yeah. Thanks to my reflection, I can actually breathe clouds of pure flame. So, if you need any, I can help out. Riddle pauses. I'm about to say something that literally everyone in this room is gonna hate, but I'm gonna say it because I need to. No one judge me, okay?
If you have
Okay.
to say that.
If I want assurance first. Looks around the room. Verona's like, sure, fine, what? The most effective way to transfer pure flame from Mike to you would obviously be to kiss. Oh. What? I knew you'd all look at me weird. Riddle pauses in the middle of the room. It's so.
Can also use single-handed savior to inject you with some flame.
You mean shoot him?
Yeah.
It's really
Cam,
good
Cam is elbowing Mike in the background.
There is a second option I'd like to register.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay. You can do this with people in general. You can bite them to draw out their flame, like a vampire.
Cam speaks up immediately and goes,
Really?
Cam speaks up immediately and goes, don't do that to Mike.
In terms of efficiently conveying flame from Mike to you, that would be the other most efficient method
Yeah.
other than...
Just do the other one if you're gonna do one of the two.
It's fine. I'm good.
Third option. Less efficient than the other two. You can wait for Mike to exhale pure flame, and then we can condense it down into like supplementary pills, and then you can take them.
Okay.
You can also just eat clouds of pure flame that Mike breathes out.
Like some sort of bong.
Literally lets out a fucking cackle. I will not professionally tell you to hit the mic bong as your doctor, but I thank you for giving me a chance to say that in a professional setting. Riddle, keep it together. Okay. Next up, that would be our S tier pick for people who can convey you flame. Next on the tier list would be, motions over to Verona. Hi. She moves forward. Verona can functionally convert, sorry, God, got my voices mixed up. Riddle, Verona can functionally convert blood into flame and vice versa. She has a reflection that controls blood in general.
Okay.
Functionally, think of it like your body still has blood, I can convert that to flame. We're using RPG terminology. I can turn your HP into flame.
Huh.
Actually, that works as a solid tangent. You don't need to worry about burn anymore at all, Ace. Instead, you need to worry about running out of flame. If you
Okay.
run out, you'll enter that berserker state, and you look at Riddle. You look at her close. You remember when she was close to you before. You know what'll happen if you enter that berserker state around her specifically. You know you'll kill her.
Yeah. Okay,
Riddle seems oblivious to this fact.
So Verona turns their blood or my blood into flame. No kissing?
No kissing, no biting. Why? You almost seem disappointed.
Next option.
Mike quietly from the side, that isn't an answer.
Cam looks over and goes, don't take it personally.
Riddle's like, next would be, we can functionally hook you up to the OPIA network. Cast can provide you with consistent flame. I think this is what you'll be getting most of your flame from ambiently. It's not good for short bursts, but it'll help out. Cast like waves. I am fascinated by your condition, by the way.
Cool. So it's like plugging a phone up to a charger.
Exactly. I can't charge the phone instantly like Mike can, but I can provide a consistent charge.
Okay.
Next up, finally, last entry of what I'd call A tier, Melly. Riddle looks over, it's like, Ace does not need to kiss your girlfriend. Both hands on Willow's shoulders.
Thank God.
Don't worry. Functionally, Melly has a shield that can convey ESP, power, flame, etc. If someone just beats the crap out of the shield and we hook that up to you, then you'll be fine.
That sounds
You can-
complicated.
You can actually, if Melly holds the shield and the wires are hooked up to you, you can actually use that sort of like a training dummy.
So
Think
on
of it
one
like-
side, I have people beating up a shield, on the other, I have Argos shooting me.
That Argos is C tier.
Ooh.
It's okay. I know you don't like to be below A. Shields your hand. Riddle's like, there are a few B tier options. Both of them are in the room with us. It is Jean and Cam.
Cam waves at you.
Okay, Cam. And then I guess Jean is the... How do I put this nicely?
Yes. Please. No, put it unnicely. I want to hear.
Nah, I'm good.
You sure?
Nah.
All right. He seems a little disappointed.
Yeah.
Riddle's like,
Yeah, Cam kind of speaks and goes, well, since you guys aren't going to have that conversation, he kind of smiles over at you. For what I can offer, it's pretty much just my flame is like an endless supply of water. You can drink as much of it as you want, and the supply will never dwindle. It won't be like you're taking it from someone like it would be if you took it from someone else. But it would require you to bite me, so please only do it in emergency situations.
Will do. And you?
I can manipulate flame using my reflection. It's not as efficient as like one-to-one transfer of pure flame or anything, but think of me like a less efficient Dr. Verona. Verona blinks like, wasn't expecting the lack of pride there. What? I'm less experienced. I'll get there eventually. He
Less
says
hot,
with a
too.
smile. When you got me, you got me. He shrugs and looks up. Verona like,
Cam in the background like, well, I wouldn't say that for everyone.
Riddle's like, next up would be C tier, people who can give you functionally a blast of flame. That would be Argos and Treble. They can functionally inject you with it, but that is not the intention of their abilities. Necessarily, it's you taking an ability that is theirs and turning it into fuel for yourself. So Argo shooting you is meant to fix your body. It'll still do that. You can make it heal your flame instead, but you'll build up resistance fast.
Classic C tier.
Yeah. Treble actually approaches from this direction.
Let me...
I know you have her on the map over here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's not rule it out either.
Treble has actually been standing over here against this wall for like most of the time people have been in this room, but was like last time I saw this guy, I was fighting him. So I'm gonna stay over here. And you guys were all having a moment, so I'm gonna stay over here. She kind of appears around the corner. She pokes her head out and she kind of like waves at you. The expression on her face is not as friendly as it looks. She's like, she's doing this face, but she
no smile.
has no. It's this exact face, but you can tell that she's glaring at you.
Classic C tiers.
Riddle like looks between the two of you. Next up would be D tier, which is you biting literally anyone in the world.
Ah, okay, that's good to know.
Obviously don't, but I'm putting it there because you need to know. Finally, last E tier, that would be me.
That rancid, huh?
You would be diseased, yeah. I'm not going to beat around the bush, especially after the experience I had earlier. If you bite me, I will erase your brain. Don't do it.
I'll keep it in mind.
Good. See that you do, she says with a smile on her face. So, with all of those out of the way, time to discuss about what we're going to do with your body.
Don't act like the body isn't. Well, it's not occupied, but it's like occupied.
Yeah, I mean,
Nice.
I have in the past peering, looming.
She's just like draping herself all over Riddle.
Riddle,
There's no pleasant way there to put it. It's what's
Riddle-
happening.
Riddle is smiling and quietly pulls out the charts related to the existence of your future. This is a hell of a sight to stare down at the end of your bed. She extends down. She's like, okay, so we've got a few options. Let's rank them between 5 and 1 star of safety. The 5-star safety option. You enter an ESP containment suit and you never leave.
God, I would hate that.
Yeah, no, the strain it'll have on your mental health will be horrid, frankly. So it's sort of like a last resort, but if you're bad off, we can use it. And if you think you can take it, I'd say go for it. But isolation suits are that. They're isolation suits. They're very bad for, your personal happiness.
Is that why the director's the way he is?
The director's the way he is because he's wonderful. Shut up. Riddle's like, next on the list. Mike's like, it's weird to this is Riddle's like, next on the list, prosthetics.
Yeah?
We functionally, to describe what's happening to your body, you are missing one element. You are going to be leaking flame through that hole nonstop. We can make a prosthetic that is functionally that element that will balance out your body. An eye, a leg, an arm, likely more extensive procedures. This, she looks over to Trouble. This will affect his acting career, right?
Yes, most definitely.
I mean, so dying.
It would be. Here's the thing. This situation would effectively be, from what I understand, your acting career is based heavily on your martial arts, correct?
Yeah? So you're saying this would... Yeah, I guess that's true.
Your formless style, it's centered around being able to bring your flame to the forefront of yourself, right?
Yeah, kind of. It's this... I've had this body my entire life. I think I'm the best at wielding it, but having a new arm or something would probably throw a lot of things
Yeah, effectively what it would be is you have an elemental triangle that is missing an entire side, so there's just a big open hole. It would be patching that hole up by filling it with the element that it's missing, thus creating a full triangle. And it would require physical changes to your body, because this body, as it is naturally, doesn't have that.
Riddle
Yeah.
nods. Functionally, think of it like this. With the ESP suit, you would lose, let's say you lose 100 flame an hour. You would lose only 1 flame of that 100 every hour with the ESP suit. With this, you would be losing 20. The effects are... There's a gap. Next would be extensive, reconstructive, elemental surgery. Functionally, what we offered you when you were with us last. Because we need to be a little more extensive with it now, it would likely appear physically on your body. We wouldn't be able to hide the scars. Think of it almost like electric tattoos running through your body.
We would effectively be putting circuitry all over your body.
Okay.
That's only a little worse than the prosthetic, but it deserves a special mention on its own.
Obviously, both of these will affect your acting career and your ability to return to it.
Yeah. We can probably remove the circuitry and give you cosmetic surgery after the fact, but it's worth noting that it'll have an impact. Next. Clothing. Do you remember that seal that I put on your arm a while back?
Yeah, you got something stronger?
Yeah, don't try to pick up a car with it this time, jackass. Functionally, she turns over to Trouble, we'd be making you an entire set of clothes to contain your flame.
I could theoretically tailor you an outfit that would be almost... If this is a massive gaping hole that all of the flame is leaking out of, right? I would be putting a band-aid on it.
Yep. If you've been stabbed, this is the option that is literally a bandage, and it'd take a lot of shifts over while Trouble is still dangling on her, grabs Argos too. It'd take a lot of our collective work in order to make it happen.
Do you want a custom tailored outfit designed by me? I'm sure I could make you look fantastic.
Honestly,
together
that's
by
the most
Miss-
tempting option to BH.
Put together by Mr. Threadspinner over here. Shakes Argos slightly.
We've used his thread in the past. I can confirm personally that the thread does keep your flame being sucked out by the void of space, so I'm sure that it'll help.
She's nodding repeatedly.
Okay.
You don't have to let them bully you.
This is for Ace's sake. What's a few more threads?
And finally, last but not least, we do nothing.
Yeah, we do nothing, and you can just bleed out all the time, and we can just keep transfusing blood directly into you all the time, constantly.
Constantly.
Waste of resources, if you ask me.
Non-stop. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds so appealing.
Truly.
I mean, it's like, we can always start with the clothes and work our way up if stuff isn't working.
That's an incredibly reasonable point of view.
It would be kind of stupid to say no to the clothes to, like, you know?
Yeah, the bandage will just help in general.
Yeah. Even when I do recombine, it would be helpful.
Okay.
Also, theoretically, yeah, it probably would actually, now I'm thinking about it. But no, it also, the other thing is, it's not like you can't do multiple of these. Like, theoretically, if it's getting particularly bad, like if you start bleeding out more than normal, flame-wise, you could go into an ESP suit until we figure out how to stop it.
Would it be possible to work in a deployable ESP suit, maybe into the clothing?
Oh,
Like-
sort of like
an airbag?
Like an airbag that expands around him. That's interesting.
Oh, that's very
I
interesting.
I don't think that would be very stylish unless you.
If I can seal it with
she
like a
can-
backpack, like a stylish backpack or something.
She can make it stylish.
You're gonna make me carry a backpack around?
I mean, look at
That's
Willow.
like-
she makes it look good.
That's Willow's thing. I don't want to. That's what I was about to say. I don't want to.
Okay, fine.
On the style.
What I might be able to do is I might be able to conceal it in the shoes and in the pants. Like I can make it multiple parts that all lock together once they... I'll figure it out.
Are you keeping?
Make the
keeping?
shoes really big.
Yeah, are you keeping the light up shoes?
Do you like the light up shoes?
Of course I like the light up shoes.
Body ace! Of course I like the light up shoes.
I'm
Steam
so glad.
escaping his mouth.
So glad you liked them. I thought you would love that design choice.
Well, if we're already using real estate down there for the lights, why not? Okay, Riddle puts up her hands. I'm getting ahead of myself. There's one more thing I can point out.
Yeah.
We can make whatever room you're in flame sealed, almost like the VR chamber.
Like the VR chamber, yeah.
And that means I'm just hotboxing the flame that escapes me?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
What is with you about bongs and hotboxing?
I mean, how else would you describe it?
Cycling it like a convection oven.
In the corner, under his breath, like, I don't know, he'd kind of be spitting though.
I don't know. Being inside of an oven isn't a normal human experience.
But Riddle stops herself and she's like, "But drugs are? You're gonna come out and say that in front of all of the cameras?"
We're in a hospital.
Yeah, it is medicinally prescribed here. Yeah, no, touche.
Trouble gets between you two and straight.
Back to the point, though. If
Right.
you're going to be staying here in the hospital, whatever room you end up staying in, we can seal it so that while you're sleeping or casually hanging out in your space, the room is keeping the flame in the area, so it's less leaving, more stuck in there with you.
Okay. That's
So-
yeah.
I guess give some thought who you want a room with. We've got a short list of people who are,
God,
you know.
It's awful.
Why? What? What's awful about it?
It's just it's a lot of options. I don't know. It's just like
I mean, maybe
Do you-
fewer options than you expect. People can say no.
Argos,
Do-
you want a room?
Nope.
Trouble puts it
Argos actually denied being on the list.
Oh my god.
Wow.
He had a bad experience.
What do you mean he had a bad experience?
What
He
do
had
you
a
mean?
wonderful experience.
You loved
You
staying
loved
with us, right?
Right?
It was great. We had such
great.
fun together, right?
So much fun together.
Man. So I haven't been the only one going through this past 2 months.
So if you look on the list,
Riddle. Riddle, where it's like, I haven't been the only one going through it these last 2 months. Riddle, like, takes damage, smiles through the pain, like, haha.
Trouble just patting her on the back of the head.
It's alright, I'm sure he doesn't mean it. He's just being like this because we're in public.
Yeah, definitely.
He doesn't want us to embarrass him in front of his friends.
Yeah, definitely.
Classic Argos, always hiding his feelings.
Mike squeezes your hand.
Ace, you're one to talk.
I mean, you have been acting more, open, I guess.
Yeah.
She looks at you. She looks at you. She looks at you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's
Oh.
nothing to possess.
Fair enough. Like, oof. Stops herself. Well, do you want to pick out a room?
He crawls out of the bed. I guess, yeah.
Let's go.
Where's Basil?
Oh, Cam speaks up. Basil's in the other room. She's asleep. She was injured, so she's being treated. Don't worry about it.
Okay. That's
Willow, Argos, Trouble, Mike, wanna come along?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I can tag along.
Yeah, I think people are still moving in, right? Yeah, everything got disrupted earlier, so we're finishing up now.
yeah. How many people know about my condition?
Do you want me to explain it to them?
I
could
mean,
send out an email.
it's not exactly like I'm the most presentable right now.
Yeah,
But
have you looked
Do
at
you want me to brush your hair for you?
it's fine.
I'll send out an email. Riddle is going to send out the company email about this.
Hey, Ace is kind of like dead, but not dead. Be very
Is that-
nice to him.
Is that your me impression? Riddle squinting at you the entire time. I think it's solid. It's just missing, like, drop a few theoreticallys in there.
I like to imagine the company-wide email is like 18 paragraphs long and nobody bothers to read it.
Yeah. No, it is full of Riddle being Riddleisms, where she's like, everyone, dearest Opia, blah 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 blah. Let me grab. The email goes out and you exit. Over here. Basil, you've liberated yourself from your room. You see a cloud of people traveling in your direction.
Oh, good. Everybody's here.
Yep. Riddle like waves. Hey, Basil.
Oh, hello, Riddle. Glad to see you're okay from whatever happened yesterday.
Yeah, well, still today, we're still in the aftermath of it. She, like, scratches the back of her head. She's like, hey, we're showing Ace around. He's gonna pick out a room. Wanna come with?
I sniff the air.
No.
Is that Ace?
You smell Mike.
I don't get it.
She, like,
Ace.
looks back over.
Are you talking about my dog? He's in my room.
Riddle like, no, Ace Galatine, this guy.
Are you trying to trick me?
Nope.
Are you playing a prank?
No.
Are you having a silly goof moment with old Basil here?
God, I wish.
No, that's Ace Galatine. It's the real guy. Willow kind of taps his shoulder.
I'm gonna sniff again.
You sniff again. Mike. For sure, Mike. It smells like Mike.
Yeah. No, this feels like, you know what this feels like? This feels like if Mike was wearing Ace's shoes.
But Mike's right here.
Yeah, I know. I see her. She's not wearing Ace's shoes. Whatever this thing is, that's what it smells like.
Riddle hears thing, and she's like, Basil, this is Ace. Like, this is Ace.
This is Ace.
Yeah, this is Ace Galatine.
There's not like some real Ace somewhere else.
No, this is Ace.
I mean, I was like, yeah,
We shouldn't jump to conclusions. There might be.
there might be.
If you talk with him long enough, you'll recognize him.
I mean, I don't really intend to talk to him that much. If you're Ace now or whatever, nice to meet you, new Ace thing.
Yeah,
She
it's-
reaches out a hand.
Shakes the hand. I'm glad to see that you're still Basil.
Little Beepo's suffering is increasing.
Kettle reaches over and pats Riddle on the head.
Little Beepo's suffering is increasing a lot.
It's all right.
She is vibrating.
Well, I'm glad the entire team went to go visit whatever that thing is. Where are you going now?
We're gonna go pick out a room for Ace.
Oh, I was just on my way there.
This is not how I imagined the reunion to be.
I didn't expect a reunion at all.
Well, you never
Yeah,
wanted
me
to
either.
visit?
I mean,
Like, if we saved the world or anything, you weren't gonna say, "Hey, you know, I sold you, you know, bought you the spot at a restaurant."
Honestly,
Or
that's one of
nothing.
the reasons why I was pretty sure this thing was an Ace. I feel like Ace would have stuck to whatever he said he was gonna do.
Yeah, I would send you a card.
Better have written something in the card.
Yeah, I'd get my manager to do it.
Riddle it quietly in the back actually does start to say something. She's like, yeah, oh boy, no, Riddle, you hit the Riddle pinata one too many times, and you feel it actually boil to the surface. And she's like, yeah, Ace was supposed to come back after we saved the world, big old family or something, bunch of kids, and to tell us how much we sucked. She like her like shoulders fall. Sorry you couldn't make it that far. She sort of mutters off to the side.
Damn.
She starts to walk. She's like, hey, I want to make sure you can though.
Yeah.
Let's hope get him there.
Riddle starts to walk ahead. You, for a moment, you felt like all of the good nature, all of the question mark nature jabbing got to this one. Like a lot. And she's walking briskly in the front. Riddle is like, okay, I'm gonna solve this. I'm gonna fucking stab the demons or whatever it takes. And she's just like walking arm over arm. Mike's in the back like, sorry about her.
Nah, it's fine. I mean, it's kind of expected. Someone has to take this hard.
Yeah, She pats you.
Nah.
Riddle keeps walking ahead. And let me grab all you. You all move over to the dorms.
Willow.
Oh, it's just like.
I fucking hate this guy.
It's like, I can't believe I was worried about him and everything.
Okay. You head back over to the dorms.
I'm heckin' mad.
I'm heckin' mad.
And pick up where you left off with the moving in procedure. Other characters will appear in this segment, even if they were other places before, as they catch up with you. Floor 1. Riddle, like, comes out. You exit onto the first floor. First floor of the dorms. Okay. Mike, you're here, right? Yeah. In terms of people who are willing to, like, room with you, on this floor, we have positive responses on 2 fronts. Me? She smiles. If you want. She scoots over in this direction, leading you over to this room.
Everyone's expression.
Yeah, trouble?
Look, you have to understand, she is my pupil, and I'm like her mentor, and
Yeah.
I know what kind of things you bring to the table. I just want her to have a good time. I don't want her to get dragged into all of the cosmological bullshit that you have around you.
Guys,
I'm surrounded.
guys,
Excuse me.
guys,
Pardon me.
come see my room. She's jumping up and down.
Of course.
Yeah, I haven't seen your room yet.
Oh, it's Nargos welcome mat.
Yeah, I got merch from my favorite intellectual properties, like the Argos welcome mat and the Goat Era bed.
Oh, I like the Baphomet sheets. Those are nice.
That's the goat from Goat Era.
Oh god, and you have explosive
What?
tanks in the corner.
Those are pure flame tanks. Don't complain, you'll be eating them.
This guy looks like you. Penguin.
Thank you? Question marks. Riddle's like, yeah, no, you're right. Looks exactly like her. She like leans in. Mike's like, I literally don't understand, but thanks. No, it's
I mean,
identical.
kind of small for
I
two
guess one
people.
of the side rooms.
It's
Yeah.
not the size that matters, Ace.
It's,
Right.
It's how you use it.
Most of the rooms that you're going to be looking at will be about this size.
that's fair. It's not like I sleep anyways.
Look, there are plenty of places for you to sit. Like or the chair, or the beanbags, or the explosive barrels.
Wait, those are explosive?
No,
No.
maybe.
I mean, anything's explosive if you bite it hard enough.
Mike's like, okay, everyone out of my room. Riddle's like, oh man, I wanted to take the plush.
Oh, look at this, it's so cute.
Mike's like, boom, thank you. Back out. She's like, oh my god, Willow appreciates it. She's like,
Harry. That's my room.
yeah.
And
So
I
if
assume
you-
you're not on the list.
I could be if you're interested in being the room when I do things.
Go on.
She looks at you.
You can also be in the room while I do things.
Ace and Treble just
Innocence.
look at each other.
Innocence.
Oh.
Trouble looks at you, Ace, and she just looks at you.
I'm glad you haven't changed much, Mike.
Grabs Mike by the shoulders, guides her in this direction.
We love Mike.
Yeah.
And the other one who responded favorably was. Let me feel. Danger like turns around and is like, so I actually managed to luck out. Balcony seating. Yeah, Danger, congratulations. You need any help moving more stuff in? No, should be good. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Turns around. Oh, I believe they're here to see about a room, potentially. Oh, yeah, Ace, if you want to stay with me, we can hang out. Moves forward, punches you on the shoulder, invisible. I heard about the whole situation with the fire and stuff. It's cool. We'll be right across the hall from where, you know, my sister is and everything, where Treble is. If there's ever any problem, we can rush over. And while you're staying, you can teach me secret techniques.
Ace looks over at Treble. Look at that.
Treble, you feel it, is very, very protective of Danger. And she's just staring at you.
So, worth consideration, Cass says, moving in. You can always consider moving in with me down in the basement.
Wow.
It will have you more directly hooked up to the different machinery down there, plus we can hang out.
Yes, there's actually something I should bring up that you might want to know because of your condition. I know how you operate, she says. She gives you a look. You see these panels on the ground here?
Yeah.
And how each room has them in front of them. In these rooms, when you're in them, people, just by existing, release ambient amounts of flame. That's, for example, when we do reflection communions, what Cast does is Cast picks up ambient flame that your body is releasing, uses it to translate what your reflection is doing, and then it conveys an image into the VR room. This entire dorm picks up any ambient flame that you are leaking into its system and stores it so that we aren't wasting flame.
So
Riddle-
if I'm
Riddle
ever
turns-
really hungry, I just bite the floor.
No.
No.
Functionally
I've
just
tried it. It's not worth it.
lie down on a bed. That's the
Lie
main
down on
way
a bed.
yeah. Think of it
So-
like this. Using your earlier metaphor, it's like the entire building is hotboxing. You can't say that!
That's kind of
Like-
messed up, Riddle. You could just say sauna.
You would expect Treble to get defensive, but she actually thinks that's fucking up.
Yeah, so keep me in mind if you want to stay in my room.
What does it
But-
look like?
You can't go in because it's not set up yet.
Okay. Is that where your
Yeah.
body is?
It's where it's gonna be. I gotta set up all my training dummies. Some jerk on the 3rd floor stole all of them.
Danger!
Basil!
I feel like I haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah! How have things been going up in Ciala?
Oh, they were great. Now I'm back here. How are you?
I'm doing good. I got a room. I'm setting it up. Someone stole my training dummies. I'm a little mad. But, you know.
We should find them and beat them up.
Yeah. No, but not beat them up. We should challenge them honorably.
That's challenging just leads to a beat. I don't.
Honorably.
It's because you're a knight. It's because you're a knight. It's
Yeah,
okay.
you get it. You get
it.
it. His face lights up.
Okay. So
Trouble looks over at you.
But what Cast is offering effectively is all of that flame is going to be stored in the. We were calling it the Dreamatorium, right? She says,
The
looking over.
Dreamatorium, Cass says.
Wow.
The basement of this building, which Cast will be in charge of. So think of it like there will be a big server where all the flame is stored, and Cast will be the one monitoring it. So if you lay down on a bed, Cast will be the one that makes it so that the bed can charge you.
Yep. Functionally, I'll be reading whatever people are going to be doing in the dorms, and then I can blast them full of flame if they're like, I don't know, ready and available.
Okay, that's good to know.
So if you were staying in the Dreamatorium, you would just be right there.
Also, there's a large chair that you can sit in that all of like the fire like leads to. It's pretty cool.
Like a throne.
Yes.
We did intentionally make it look like a throne.
Okay, I'm glad the style has not faded.
Thrones are eternal. Like, monarchy passing, thrones forever. Cass has strong opinions on this. Anyway, you ready to go up to party floor?
Party floor?
We have been developmentally calling it party floor, yeah.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a pretty good. Basil, Riddle calls. You coming along?
Yeah. It was good seeing you.
Yeah, good seeing you too. Hey, let's catch up.
Yeah, we should. We'll watch a movie.
Whoa. There's a bunch of A-Scout teen flicks I haven't caught yet.
Let's watch something else. We'll catch up.
Okay. You run over, and then let me move you all up to the next floor.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Bro, it's literally insane.
Literally fucking insane.
Up here?
Oh,
I like it that I pulled your expressions from random times, so Riddle is, I suppose, doing this. Up here?
So the party floor has a library?
Yeah, that's silent reading time.
No, turn around. Look at the other side of the room.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And almost on cue, with the discussion of party floor, you hear people butting heads. So, as I was saying, looking forward to staying here.
What if you didn't look forward to staying here? Like, what if you just stopped doing that and went somewhere else?
But then I'd be missing out on my wonderful time. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Then I could have a good time.
I'm sorry. Colt, like, barely musters. Well, I need to stay somewhere, and I was thinking of staying with my good buddy Colt here. I apologize for everything.
You get the sense that Basil was ready to jump across the room, but then did not. He said, "Good buddy."
Sugar turns around and goes, "Cam, get him off of my boyfriend!" I was like, whoa, it's really not that big of a deal. Gene also still has a room in the greenhouse with me that he can sleep in if you or two are like hanging out.
I just want to stay in this room also.
Why do you need to have 2 rooms? This is ridiculous. I had to fight to even get my lair at all.
I want an authentic apartment experience. Riddle like moves in. Yo, what's going on?
Gene is moving into Colt's room.
Colt, you signed up for a roommate, didn't you? That's actually, oh boy. Anyway, wrong. Riddle looking down.
God,
She's crying. This is an awkward time to say this. Colt, your name was on the flyer, so I'm here with Ace. Oh my!
No.
Is it going to be a triple?
No. Go away. She's pushing you. More men in this room.
Nice, that's fine.
It's okay. That one is I guess off the. Hey, Cult Circuit, can you just give me a sec? Jean, Cam, can you contain Jean?
Yes, you got it.
He picks Jean up over his shoulder.
Oh my! Does Basil jump on that?
Yeah. It's time to go. It's time to move.
Right. Contained.
Okay.
Riddle's like, hey, Cult Circuit, like, do you want to change? You don't need to do this if you really don't want to. Cult like looks over to Circuit. What are you feeling?
I'm just. Everything is going wrong all at once!
Okay.
You're telling me. She says with an elbow in her face.
They're like, oh yeah, Sergey, when we get everything set up, you'll be able to commune with your reflection. Here, we spent months making you this simulacrum, and you had to wait for it, and then lo and behold, someone else does it first, and now I can't do it. And then, okay, well, at least Cult's gonna move into the dorms today, and we can hang out. And then Jane shows up.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Riddle's like mumbling. Ace, you move over to Riddle and you actually notice that there is another crowd of people just down the way, also moving in. This guy's like, Charybdis like moves around this figure in front of you who, he's in a wheelchair and, Charybdis is like, okay, so where do you want all this stuff? Let's get call it garbage because it's usually what I call stuff, but this doesn't look like garbage. This looks like tech. Yeah, no, call it garbage.
It is actually
man.
very expensive equipment, yes.
Okay, yeah, let's get you moved in. You start to you watch these people shift in, and then Ace, you feel something? You feel a sense of dread from this individual in front of you. This figure in his wheelchair. No, wait, you're focused. This dread, it's not him. Something on his hand. Well, if it isn't Ace fucking Galatine! Come crying back to me, have you?
Well, if it isn't this whore on someone else's hand.
I have no response to that, Logan, get his ass!
The man turns around, and the only thing he says, should have put a ring on it.
He wheels into the room. Yeah, shit. Kurt just like laughs and gives you a thumbs up.
Glad he's happy.
Yeah. Hey, Ace, how's it going? Loving the look. Are you considering my offer of maybe being roomies?
He thinks about it. He does like the thinking emoji.
Yeah. Come on, we can hang out all the time. You know you want to be on party floor.
Ace looks at Riddle.
Riddle is currently talking to these two. You have unobstructed rabbit time right now.
I'll consider it. I just kind of want to see all my options.
Cool. Nah, keep it in mind. You want to help with anything, just let me know. Plus, we're near the ground. We can sneak out.
True. I guess that's fair.
Well, I'm gonna go help with the move-in. Keep me in mind. Kisses. Riddle leans in and is like, okay. Honest assessment. Do you want me to tell Jean to fuck off? Cole looks over to Circuit.
It's your room. You can do whatever you want. I got my lair installed, so we should be able to hang out in there. He's gonna be a jerk about it.
You know what? Yeah, tell Jean to fuck off. Okay. Jean, you're not in this room. No! Oh, Cult, my dearest, most wonderful Cult.
You do not call my boyfriend your dearest!
Well, looks like I'm out of room.
Dang.
So, what are you in for? He says, looking over to Ace.
Ace just stares at this guy with his fucked up eye.
Life's hard out here, right? You also struggling? Everyone turning you away left and right?
The opposite, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Teach me your ways.
Ace puts his hand on Jean's shoulder. I'm sorry, but sometimes you're just a lost cause.
He sort of smiles. Riddle's like, okay, Ace, let's keep moving. Jean, do you need help figuring things out? A lost cause like me. My poor broken heart. I think I'll nurse it on my own. Oh! He feigns falling over backwards. Camera.
Yeah.
I'm devastated. No one wants to reside with me.
I literally invited you to my greenhouse.
Oh, I already have a room there.
Yeah,
I think
know.
I think in
why
this
you were asking everyone else, like, I guess you want a roommate experience, right?
I do, yes.
Do you want to crash in my room sometimes?
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh, Basil, are you volunteering to be my roommate?
Yeah, sure. You can stay in my room as much as you want.
Well, here's the thing. Basil, you have to realize you have a roommate you need to consider also.
No, technically there is a bridge between our rooms, and I can do whatever on my side of my wall that I please, just because there's a hole there. If she can have Melly over all the time, then I can have Genius. It's simple math.
We'll figure things out later. I think in the immediate, I'm having a fainting fit from how much of a lost cause I am.
Okay, I get it.
Basil will catch him.
And then Basil just grabs him, and Cam's like, oh, Basil.
I just don't want my future roommate to bump his pretty little head.
Cam looks at you, Basil. He goes, wait, Basil, can you come with me?
Come with you? Okay.
Yeah, over here.
Mm-hmm.
No.
There they go.
Thump.
Oh yeah, she just drops him.
Cam looks over at you, Basil. Basil, are you hitting on Jean right now?
She considers it for a second. She thinks about the thoughts that she has digested in her brain, and one comes to mind. It's okay to lie if your heart is in the right place. Cam taught her that lesson himself. She blinks. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's gonna make things really complicated.
Yeah, I think I have a crush on Gene. I think I like him a lot.
Cam is like thinking, he's like, see, the issue, Basil, is that Cam is like, I've never had a crush on the same boy as someone before.
No.
He
sunk his teeth into him.
Basil,
What did you say? Warps behind you like an awful creature.
She friggin' brick walls him and pushes him back.
Gene, you know it's rude to eavesdrop.
Yeah, Gene, we're talking. We're having an important conversation.
Fine. You can discuss your future love lives wherever. I'm going to wander off with my brand new friends.
Okay, Cam, come around this corner.
Okay.
Do you actually like him?
Yeah.
Like, it's not because he's like a horrible incubus that is manipulating your gentle, sweet, perfect mind?
Cam thinks. Like, he doesn't immediately say no. Cam thinks!
Yeah, I
know. He's like, well, I was kind of confused for a long time because, you know, he's like that. Like, he just kind of says things with his mouth, and I'm like, is he flirting with me because he's a flirt, or is he flirting with me because he likes me? And then Aura and Mike and Riddle all said that they're pretty sure he's into me. And if you're into him, then I don't want to accidentally cuck you.
Camera.
Yeah?
My closest, dearest brother.
Yes.
Have you ever heard about the theory of why humans have domesticated cats in history?
Oh my fucking god.
We're dogs. They serve a purpose. They help us hunt. They can keep us safe. But cats, they don't serve any purpose to a human household, do they, in nature?
He like tilts his head like, I'm going to agree with this because it's clear you're going somewhere with it.
Yes, I'm going somewhere with this. You see, Camera, there is a theory going around that there is actually a parasite excreted in cat urine. That parasite burrows its way into the human brain and makes it so that you are indebted to the cat.
Okay, you think I've been infected by some kind of parasite?
I think you've been sniffing his piss.
Well, first of all, Basil...
Metaphorically.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a little bit, that's strange to say. I definitely am not. Also, if there was a parasite, it wouldn't be able to burrow into me at all because of the water.
It's a metaphor. He's not actually a cat, Cam. I'm saying that he might have this ability on people.
Oh. No,
It's a devilish succubus.
Have you seen how many people have been rejecting him this entire... You weren't there during the reflection communions.
No, I understand that, but think about how much time he spent around you in the past few months.
Okay, Basil. Okay, you've clearly gotten this idea in your head. I don't think that's what it is.
Cam,
Yeah.
you're just my perfect little boy, and I don't want nobody's good enough for you, okay?
I'm
But
not. 2, I'm not perfect. 3.
no, yes you are.
Okay. He just accepts it. He's like, okay, I'm not gonna fight you on this.
Don't fight me on this.
No, you think no one's good enough for me?
Nobody is good enough for you, but if
Okay.
you have determined that you are actually interested in this guy, even though I'm warning you that he is an evil, not succubus, incubus. Look it up.
I know what it is. You say it enough. I looked it up already.
Okay. This incubus might be bad for you. So I will allow you to pursue him with supervision.
You'll allow me. Okay.
Yeah.
He smiles at you like, sure thing, Basil.
Okay.
Okay, so I have Cam is thinking. Cam, are you going to let Basil know about... Sure thing, Basil. Whatever works for you. He says, patting you on the head.
Over here. Riddle has pulled you 3 aside and is like, okay, everyone, we're gonna play a game.
Yeah.
It's called Mind Read the Mind Readers. Riddle has been watching Mike and Treble go through all of the stages of grief based on this interaction.
I don't think you need to be a mind reader to read that expression on Trouble.
but look at Mike's. It's so complex.
I think Basil's just going through in detail about the mice she hunted.
Close.
Mike mutters something out to the side. What was that about cat pee?
Yeah, what was that about the... Yeah, she says...
See, this is why this game is fun.
Wait, so I was kind of right.
This is just bad. I kind of want to just... You doing okay?
Basil she's talking about pseudoscience.
We carry a heavy burden with our gift.
I know, Mike.
You can just, see something and kind of know that it's going to be bad, but why do you listen anyways?
We don't have a choice. They both look at you very determined. It's like, the loudest person in the room is screaming in your ears about cat piss.
Yeah, the loudest person in the room is screaming in your ears about cat piss. You don't have a choice but to hear it.
It's bad.
Pretty bad.
I'm gonna put my hand on Mike's shoulder, so now I'm the loudest person.
Oh, whoa.
But she just said cat piss, so are you thinking about cat
Yeah,
piss?
I know. It's not Don't think about cat piss. Don't think about cat piss.
Trouble in the corner. Oh, if only some beautiful girl would come over and take care of me like that.
Riddle immediately walking over to simp the second this happens. Riddle like, well, and then Treble.
I didn't know it worked like that for you too, Treble.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
So
proximity.
crazy.
it's proximity based when you're extremely attractive. Riddle says getting close. You start to say that, and the loudest people in the room are now these two. Gina's now arguing with Luke about whether or not he should stay in his dorm. Riddle's like, okay, let's move on.
Yeah, this floor is kind of rancid, not gonna lie. But not in that kind of way, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it smells like cat piss over here. Come on, Cam.
It's Cam getting abducted. Is he being brought along? I'm gonna say yes. There we go.
Okay, Cam will follow Basil. Basil pulls it along. Otherwise, Cam is going to go intercept Jean.
Jean is going to go around and ask literally everyone. Think of him as your chaser monster right now. He's trailing you. Next. You come onto this floor. Okay, skipping the 3rd floor because you cannot stay in the barracks.
Oh, okay.
And that's the Esper Corps floor.
Over here. These two. Thank you very much for the assistance. Ooh. Ooh. Willow. 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 Willow.
Hello, mice.
Hey, do you wanna go? Do you wanna go on our date?
Right now,
yeah, thank goodness
sure,
she's moved on.
Cam looks mortified.
She's been asking me to go on a date for like ever. It's so annoying.
Riddle like moves back over and is like, okay, I see that look on your face. Lace is talking about a, reflection thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should maybe go with and supervise, actually, Cam.
Okay. He tilts his head. Is this like your professional opinion, or?
She nods.
Do you actually need me there for skills that I possess, or is
No, Cam.
Yes.
I get the issue here. You should go. You don't want to get cucked.
And also, if a strong wind blew through, she would just go.
I know.
Yeah. Kind of like a balloon bimbo or something.
Basil!
It's true. I'd say it to her face.
Basil?
What?
Call her a bimbo. It'll make me sad.
It doesn't make her sad.
It will make me sad.
Okay.
So
I'm listening.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Oh, hi. Sup, brother?
Nothing much.
Liam's actually on the floor above, and he's one of the volunteers.
Oh, yeah, I came down here to help Lace and Helena move in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So, Jay,
My pleasure, sister.
Yeah.
so does he just look like a normal guy to me?
That's a very good question, isn't it, Jay?
So, right now, he looks like a monster.
Huh, okay. So, damn.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
hoping is he human? But here's the question though.
Yeah.
Is he normally a monster?
So
What
you
is
look
a
at
monster?
you look at the monstrous Liam in front of you. You get the feeling that there is likely something regarding your new power happening here. It's just, at least from what you've done currently, you have yet to trip this exact interaction.
Damn. I have too much flame in me. So, what are my roommates on this floor?
I would normally offer, but our room's full. Sorry.
That's fine.
Someone walks out. I'm an option. She moves forward and offers you a hand. Good to see you again, Ace.
Yeah, good to see you.
If you want to stay in my room, you're welcome.
Wow. They're really picking up right where they left off, if this really is, Ace. Basil is whispering to Argos.
Yeah.
Argo's like, yeah, I'm fully aware of everything,
Yeah, I think she wants to bang him again.
Uh-oh.
Are you okay? You're making me uncomfortable.
Sorry.
Why were you looking at them like that?
What? I wasn't looking at them like anything.
You were looking at them all crazy, with crazy eyes. I've never even seen you with crazy eyes since, like, I don't know.
I was just surprised, like, that list would offer that.
Why does this look like that?
Is that okay?
What does what look like what?
Why is list on that variation of the icon?
Ah.
It's a, there's something happening here, and Riddle's like,
Ah! Treble starts beaming. Treble in the background, like, pensive emoji.
Riddle's like, hey, oh, okay, something's happening here. Hey, you two? Maybe it wouldn't be a good idea for you to room together. Why not, Miss Arendite?
Why not, Messiah?
Disarmed.
You probably don't want to roommate with your ex-boyfriend's old socks.
Okay, everyone. I think I'm going to go ahead and say I think that it's a bad idea for Liston and Ace to room together for now, and I think that List, you might want to come over here with me.
All right. I'll accept your professional advisement. She walks over. Riddle, like, moves over. Hey, so you good?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I'm good. Something not good?
Yeah, I don't get it.
I'm kind of working off one less sense than usual, so...
Okay, you know how I had complicated feelings about you coming back, right?
Yeah, so I assume
Me.
other people... Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
Riddle Arendite.
Uh-huh.
I had weird feelings. Imagine... Okay, no, it's fine. You're allowed to be dense. Riddle, like, looks away.
Okay, so, that's one option off the list.
That's all of the options. One option off the list. Yeah. She laughs along with you. That's, unfortunately, all of the options on this floor, I think. I disagree. There is one additional option on this floor that you should consider. Why not stay with Robin? He goes back into his room. Okay, so that's it for this floor. The director is on the list. I don't know if you want to.
I mean, like, if anything, I'm curious, but, like...
Yeah, no, I'm profoundly curious, right?
Yeah.
It'd be a great excuse.
Why are you following me, freak?
I'm going to the elevator.
Yeah.
Which is right
Okay.
here.
Well, you just went at the same time I started moving. I just didn't know.
Liam, come here. You gotta show us up to your floor.
I would, but God didn't give me legs.
I love this
You
game
wouldn't know
so much,
anything
you
about
guys.
that, Messiah.
Yeah, come on, Messiah, give him legs.
Give him legs. Jesus.
Thank you for the legs, Messiah.
Wait, I'm getting my dog before I go back to the elevator.
Oh yeah, of course. You acquire the creature.
Creature.
I think Cam's gonna stay here and hang out with List.
Yeah.
List and Lace are gonna chill out here, and they will meet up with you, Willow, after this.
Okay.
You move up to the last floor.
Do you have an important question?
Yes.
The dog is from Ciela, right?
Yeah, the dog is.
Brother.
Have I ever encountered the dog?
You have not. Hold on. Roll me a raw
Surely he's
D20.
driven on a road.
Roll me a raw d20 to see if you've encountered this creature before. Beat a 15. No, you've heard
my
legends.
I heard legends of the dog.
Okay.
So,
yeah, there are a few people on this floor that all offered. First up, Liam.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta see Liam's room if he has one.
It's not unpacked yet.
Fuck.
I apologize.
I've been too busy helping Helena and Lace moving in, so I didn't quite get my room yet. But you know what that means? We can synchronize, brother.
God.
Do you want bunk beds? Riddle says, scratching her cheek.
You want bug beds?
I don't know. Are you a top or a bottom?
I sleep more of a top.
He's so forward.
If you don't mind, that is.
That's
I could
fine.
switch.
Oh my god. Perfect.
Yeah, we can take turns.
Get the feeling we're
Robin
gonna
is
get
in the
along
corner
just fine,
scribbling
brother.
something in a notebook.
These three back there. What are you all talking about? Hi, by the way, Ace, you're welcome in my room.
No?
Motion's back over that way. Yes, if you want to stay with me, you're free to.
Okay.
Cursor says you can stay in her room, but it's quote scary, so you shouldn't.
I mean, like. No, that's got me curious at least, yeah.
I see.
If that's where she stores. You know what? Never mind.
Well,
Bodies?
It'll be funny if you walk
yes, if you decide to walk in there.
Okay. So, Verona, Liam, Cursor.
Those are your options here.
Okay.
Argos, I believe you said no?
That's right.
No
No
Saru?
offense.
No. He said no.
Who?
It's unfortunate, really. I'm sure the two of you would have gotten along.
That's fair.
You know, ships crossing in the night.
God. Okay, so those are all the options.
Pretty much.
To run down the list, it's Mike Danger, and then the next one was Twice.
Mike Danger
and-
twice. Mike Danger twice. List was taken off the list. Mike Danger twice. The director, Verona, Liam, and Cursor, technically.
And Cursor, yeah. And you can also stay in the Dreamatorium.
You can also stay in the Dreamatorium.
That's fair. And then what about you, Riddle?
Hmm?
You
Riddle,
have a room.
blink, 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 squinting at you. I do technically have a room, yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to be using that one. Drapes herself over Riddle.
Riddle like.
You don't want to do that.
I mean, it's just you blocked me out of your room, so how many options do I have left?
Just gave you like 5.
Oh god, this is a hard choice. Oh fuck, do I have to make it this streamed?
No, you don't. You
Oh,
can
thank
God. Absolutely be presented with them right now, and characters can also change their minds. So just keep it in mind. Turns over to Liam. I think everybody's.
I'm not gonna change my mind, Ace.
He will not change his mind. So
And hey,
the
of the
door is
rooms-
open.
Of the rooms you were offered, I'm pretty sure his is the biggest.
I'm always sure
Room
his
for
is
a
the
big
biggest.
guy.
Yeah.
Mike, I don't think anybody really means what they're saying.
Even with my mind reading, I am perhaps detecting subtext.
Meet Morp indeed.
You two check. You chat quietly in the background, and everyone sort of distributes. We're gonna enter the final section for this session.
Whoa. It's a longer one, but that's because
It is a
Jackson's going to be
longer
gone
one.
for 2 weeks into Japan,
Yes.
which we'll still have sessions, obviously, but we want.
Way to dox me.
I'm sorry.
Somebody's gonna find you.
in the entire country of Japan.
I will.
Late at night. After you finish your work, you walk quietly across the across the gardens. under the warm fused city air to dark side. After hours. Let me go. Reveal her. Okay, welcome everyone, Lay says, as if addressing something ambiently in the air. Everyone's reflections all at the same time begin to vibrate. It's a strange sensation, almost cloying. It feels like a voice is being projected through your chest. Officially speaking, good work on the operation today. Congratulations. For now, I'd like to announce something very special. If you're ever curious about the bridge between this world and the other side, you can stop by Darkside late at night. Myself and Riddle Arendite will be your ferrymen across the river to a place where the astral sea touches down. She smiles and turns. When tight bonds are formed between people and between reflections and their wielders, miracles occur. As such, I would like to formally invite our very first guest. Please, step onto stage, Will-O-Wisp. Willow, you walk in.
Yeah, Willow, fuck yeah!
Willow walks in like the stage, like the crowd cheers.
Yeah.
Hey everybody!
There's an illusory sensation. Riddle at the counter kind of lightly waves. Okay, come on over. Come on over. I technically staff the bar around these hours. So, Willow, you have a reflection that you've grown incredibly close to, right? It's been with you the last few years.
Yeah, it shows me things that I can see sometimes.
Her eyes glimmer for a moment. Now, if things weren't working out between the two of you, I have my lovely assistant, Riddle Arendite, over there to remove your reflection if it comes down to it, so that they can find a better partner. But in this case, I assume you will not be needing her services.
That is true.
She spins. While Riddle is a force that can divine great things one from the other, I like to consider myself an equal and opposite that can draw people together. Now, your reflection. She leans in. With the wonderful technology of this organization, we can accomplish a miracle. Are you ready, Willow?
Yeah, I'm ready for a miracle. What is this exactly doing?
Okay, I'll go get it. Riddle sort of stands up and moves back and opens the door.
While Riddle runs over and does that, Cam starts clapping. Good job on your speech, Lace. I know you were really excited about it.
Thank you. I wanted this place to be an exciting location for all of our hardworking agents to find.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited to see how your first official one goes over. All the practice will be worth it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Riddle places this thing down next to you, and it sits in the chair, unlocked in place, and she leans in okay. So this little guy is what we call reflection surrogates. Yeah. Willow, I need you to understand something. Every reflection is not only a collection of legends, it's your partner, and they contain a consciousness inside of them. Through your close bond, you're able to call that consciousness out to almost communicate with them directly. We've tried this once or twice in the past, and the reflections have had very interesting things to say about their wielders. Riddle looks away for a second. For example, Progress has some harsh critique about Riddle. Don't bring it up, please.
Okay, I won't bring it up then. I was going to mention... I did have to good things over between Riddle and Progress, so I think that's probably why they asked me to be here, just in case.
Progress was not cooperating with Riddle because she said she was, quote, a hussy. Riddle.
Say it.
Riddle, you're a hussy.
Cam just stand up it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Riddle leans forward on the counter. So, are you curious about what your reflection has to say about you?
Yeah, let me hear it.
Okay, hold one hand out, and I'll forge the bond.
All right.
hold your hand out, and you place... Oh boy. You place one hand on the little surrogate, and something begins to almost spring from your palm. Flame. The interwoven flame that exists within you and your reflection. It travels from you into the surrogate, and the surrogate begins to click and snap, changing in size. Different mechanics allowing it to functionally balloon up into whatever size it deems utterly necessary. Kerchunk. It moves in front of you and grows tremendous. Riddle leans back. Whoa, okay.
Whoa,
that's
yours
new.
got really big.
Greetings, Abfei. It looks down at you. Ah, our first chance truly speaking face to face. Looks around the room. We are in OPIA now, correct?
Yep. And I still haven't forgotten about the thing you gave me, and Willow shows the eyeball.
Oh, you possess the qualification. Very well then. Bartender, yeah? May I borrow the individuals here? Just for a short while. It's not my organization, but... Riddle's like, what for? I wish to borrow your virtual reality chamber. I observed it while partnered with Willow. Okay. Lace says lightly, this is a little unexpected. Riddle's like, okay, you want all the individuals here? Yes, please, come with me. They jump and flutter and land on the ground, lighter than air. Okay.
Oh, this is an adventure.
Cam puts his hand on your shoulder. Like, this is going way better than Riddle's.
Did Riddle's reflection yell at her or something?
Yeah, Progress immediately called her a hussy and started accusing her of, cheating because she swapped reflections and stuff. And I had to really talk it out between the two of them. And then for a while, Progress was determined to bind to me, but I'm already bound to her reflection. It was a whole mess. This is going so well.
You watch Riddle just depressedly walk in front of you. It's like she accused me of not having enough game.
Yes, she does accuse Riddle of not having game. And she also got mad that Riddle was kissing girls when not bound to her. It's quite the drama.
Don't worry, Riddle. I think you got game.
Thank you. Over here. Okay, so you're looking for... You're looking to pull from Willow's flame? How is this different from the original communion? Oh, in this case, I can maybe find us a location that is slightly more amenable to the point I wish to prove. Okay. I'm just gonna do normal VR emulation. Is that okay? No, please, do the flame emulation that you've been developing here.
Oh, we're doing a flame emulation?
Doing a flame emulation? Yes, I believe it will convey the point most clearly.
Before we do that, we need to make sure you're not going to take us into a space like space or anywhere
No, of
particularly
course
hot
not.
or inhospitable to human life.
No.
Okay, as long as that's the case.
Okay, well, we've gotten clearance. Everyone up top says they, quote, want to see where this goes.
Is flame emulation any different than regular emulation?
Oh, yeah, it functionally creates a new reality from flame.
Normal emulation is a projection is put in front of us, and then the room itself changes shape and treadmills and stuff happen so that we can move around and emulate being in a space. Flame emulation is actually creating that space physically with flame. So it's all real.
Okay, gotcha.
You watch as, at the center of the room, a supernova forms. And you look at your reflection, keyhole, silently watching you. The area around you shifts and grows murky, and you're certain that you watch yourself be submerged in a grand sea. You look on all sides, and immediately, Cam, you can breathe perfectly fine. Riddle immediately starts to choke and then summons an isolation barrier around Willow and herself, and you both touch down on the bottom of the ocean like, what was that about non-hostile environments? Oh, I apologize. I seem to have forgotten the capabilities of the human body, wondrous that it is. You look at the area around, a deep and murky sea. Looking up to the surface, you see no sunshine, only shifting clouds of ash. Where are we? Figures shift in the darkness. You watch as they almost work the circumference.
Okay.
So, thank you so much for coming with me here. Turns and looks at you. You have proven to be a most wondrous wielder.
Thank you. I'm not sure what I did to be a good wielder, but I'll do my best.
They lean down, hunching over you. What you've done is be yourself. Emblematic of your own form. This reflection you wield, mine. Thank you for treating it kindly. It is older than most, older than the cycles, and older even than the world that preceded them. It is from a land now buried under a sea of ash, below even the world that created that very same sea. I'm happy that a record still exists. I'm happy that my story could carry itself forwards. And most of all, your reflection places both of their hands on your shoulders. You kept the light of possibility alive. A faintest smile. This seems to be rather important to the being in front of you. You sense a deep and abiding sadness, but sort of gestures around.
This was your home.
It was. It was where my legend began, and where my consciousness formed. This is a story that was worth passing down, carried on as a reflection, and I could not be happier with finding the wielder that I did. They gesture around. A long time ago, humanity forgot what shape it should take. We became grand beings, monstrous, distorted. It was here in this facility that we discovered a more reminiscent shape of a distant past. Here, we reforged ourselves into an appearance befitting the humans of old. You, as far as I'm concerned, are an ideal human, Willow. I don't mean it in the sense that most people do, but in terms of your form, in terms of your function, I could not hope for a better result. He flutters this way. In this place, we entertained multiple theories for how the world might be shaped in the future. We endeavored to divine it with our eyes that could peer beyond, and with engines of flame that could shape the world to our wishes. You carry that flame inside you now, but there's another reality. Gestures around, and you look. An old location bound in chains. It exists as the heart of your reflection. Your reflection is capable of seeing different possibilities and cloying them into the present. This place, this research institute, existed with similar levels of prognostication. They attempted to find an idealized human form in an idealized world. While this place is lost forever, beneath a sea of ash, you see it. Through you, through the flame you still carry, it is certainly still luminous. I believe this adequately communicates my appreciation. Nodding quietly.
Wow. I can't believe uh, you put all your hopes onto your reflection and I guess onto me. It's a lot.
That flame you carry has entwined with it records of the past. Our records, our blueprints, our hopes that the world might someday be better, that people might someday remember exactly what they were once. Though the message may have gotten confused over the aeons, Willow, you carry within you the possibility to define your own future. As a product of what was discovered here, I deem you a resounding success. Your reflection gives you a thumbs up. Riddle looks back. I've got a question. Yes. Are we capable of emulating that facility beyond? I don't see why not. Looks over to Willow. Well, if we're ever looking for information on the distant past, maybe we can dive into your reflection.
Oh, and we could build that weird machine they got back there.
Yeah, that weird. I am into this. Riddle starts to move. Well, I apologize. Sorry, I perhaps got a little emotional. Seeing the luminous world that you built, I wish to show you the luminous world that we stemmed from. I apologize. This has been such a diversion. They start to get worked up and they shift back and forth. In that case, VR specialist. Yeah? You may take us back now. Okay. Everything clicks. The water empties out. Riddle's like, boo.
I do have a question. You said that, like, me entirely encompassed what you guys were working for, so it's not just my reflection, it's my flame and everything about me, right?
It is the way that you have shaped yourself.
The shape of myself.
Every part of it matters. It always has. Flame, body, experiences. The impact that you've left on the world has been an immeasurable masterpiece. I could not be prouder to have you as my partner. Seems a weird word to say. Oh. Wow. Cass sort of chimes in.
Well, I'm glad to have you as my partner too. You were pretty handy in all the times I used you. Hurts a little bit to use you though, so sorry that I didn't use you more.
I apologize. In the future, let us work together to define the future that you desire most. Both hands on either shoulder. That is the world that I wish to see.
Alright, then it's a deal. We're both gonna carve a future. One where everyone gets through.
You forge a deal with your reflection and you feel Keyhole's power coagulate and intensify. And you find your way back. The simulacrum, the surrogate having depowered. You work your way back into the bar as Lace balances lightly up on the dividing wall. And with that, another satisfied customer. She kicks her feet. Yeah, actually, good work.
Oh, if that's the case, why don't you sit up, please? I'm going to take a picture for the wall.
Ooh, yeah. Another satisfied customer. She sits up and then grabs you, Willow, and yanks you over.
Cam pulls out his hollow pad and is going to take a picture of the two of you together.
You snap a photo. And the moment remains, now locked in your mind, a promise to define a better future. Skip ahead to the last segment. If you see yourself on this map, no you don't. Let me erase them fast. at the center of this room. Boom. Your organization is called together. One last little debriefing. The next day, you wake up and Verona leads the charge. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for showing up today. I would like to establish a few things. One, this is the beginning of a new era for OPIA, and for Flo both. You all have performed your duties to the best of your abilities, and for that, we've averted the apocalypse for another day. First things first, Willow, get up here.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Alright.
you
Sorry.
You
Sorry,
just
brother.
nudge your way through. All right. First of all, we are going to officially launch into the OPIA agent rankings. Starting with, we're going to, it's a little classless, but at the suggestion of a certain CEO, we are going to break this down by seasons. Starting with season 1, we tallied up your points, and inarguably, due to a certain someone leaving the organization, hold on, let me, oh, I get to put an ace here. Hold on.
Big.
Back here. Due to a certain someone leaving the organization and losing all of his points, there is an inarguable result for the for our top agent of season 1. Everyone, please give a round of applause for Will-O-Wisp. Everybody, like the entire crowd explodes. Now, Willow, this would be naturally the time to give a speech, if you have any. From the back, called, no, don't tell her to give another speech. That's when she starts hunting you.
I'll refrain from the speech for now, 'cause I'm in a hunting mood.
You clutch your reflection close, cult exhales. Melly's like, yeah! Fuck yeah! Like screaming in the back louder than anyone. Ruth's losing her mind. Now, we've also managed to keep track of everyone in the following weeks, and over the last few months, you've all taken diligently to your training. In terms of Season 2, we have the initial rankings, but these are not finalized yet. Starting from the very bottom. Well, let's not start from the very bottom. Let's do the top 5. Does that work for everyone? Riddle, like, moves forward. It's like, yeah, I think that's fine. All right. Well, with training considered, we have your preliminary placements for Season 2. Please, everyone, do your best to compete for the very top of the top. She pulls out a holopad and is like, okay, rank number 5. Melly Luxity, please come forward. Melly, what? Like, genuinely shocked. She moves her way to the front of the crowd. Melly, do you have a speech? Yeah, thanks, everyone. I'll do my best. Melly Luxity reporting for duty. She spins on her heel and salutes. Okay. Next up would be rank 4. Charybdis, please come forward. Charybdis, like, really? Hey, a little surprised, but, yeah, thanks, I'll also do my best. Right. Next, Argos. You are our 3rd ranked agent. Do you have anything you want to say to the audience?
Thanks. Going from number 1 next.
All right. Next up would be number 2. Beating the allegations, Riddle Arendite. Riddle smiles and leans forward. She's like, okay, so, thank you everyone for, sticking with me up to this point. Thank you for your cooperation. Let's do our best to carry this organization forward, okay? She moves her way backwards. It's like, oh, right, hold on. Trouble, can I snap a picture?
Of course.
She leans forward and absolutely takes a selfie that is when I beat the allegations. Picture of her dipping Trouble in the background. And the number 1 ranked Flow agent is... Mike, please come forwards. Back here. Like, and then, basically, We were talking about. She started talking about cat pee, and it was really
I
weird.
do believe they're calling your name, like
Me, Mark.
Cam is over there clapping, like, oh my god, congratulations!
Micah, shocked expression the entire way up. What?
You won. You
What?
won. Go.
What?
Go. You won.
You shove her forwards, and a very shocked Mike is placed in front of the audience. She's like,
Willow shakes Mike's hand.
Mike, lightly shaken, shifts back and forth. I don't know what I did to accomplish this. You were very diligent with your training and proved to be an exceptional agent during the last operation. You embody, I suppose, everything that this organization is striving for. I see, I don't know how I got here, but, thank you, everyone. She sort of smiles and, like, looks out. I'll do my best to be a good number one, and if you take the position, no hard feelings. Riddle, like, leans over to Argos. Hey, I was originally gunning for number one, but now, I kind of want to swat other people away from the top of the hill, you know? She lightly
He
smiles
doesn't need
at you.
that to stay number one.
You know?
This is Mike we're talking about.
Fair enough. Mike's like, yeah, thanks everyone. She gets a big smile on her face. And, I suppose to cap things off before we move forwards, she lightly nods. Riddle, yeah, you've got that speech prepared, right? Ooh, I'm winging it. She sort of, like, moves her way up front. Okay, everyone. Sorry, Mike, I'm gonna shove in. She places herself up here, like, all right. So, I know we had a big scare today, or yesterday. I know you're all probably worried. I want to say, you can trust us. You can trust each other. We fought hard to make it to this point, and we'll continue to fight hard in the future. Riddle's words echo out. And carry with you even well, after the speech ends, Argos, you open and close your palm again and again, casting a line, trying to catch, trying to find the flame. Throw the line, try to catch. Throw the line, try to catch. Throw the line, and then you follow it. And those words ring out just the same. So, we all come from separate backgrounds, but we're united by one complete purpose. There's no denying what's happening here. What we face is the end of the world. And without sugarcoating it, our odds don't look great. So, I'm not asking for blind faith or anything. If you ever feel like I slip up, don't hesitate to let me know. But I have faith in myself and faith in everyone here that no matter what happens, I'll be able to carry forwards. Normally, this is the part where I'd naively promise something like, I don't know. I'd promise something like, no matter what, I'll be there for you. I'd promise something like, no matter what we do, I'll always have your back. I can't do something like that. Not here, not now. I instead want everyone to promise me something. No matter what happens, please, promise me you'll keep moving forwards. No matter how hard it gets, no matter how dark the night gets, keep going. Someday you'll find that flame. And when you do, I'm really hoping I'll be standing at your side. Man sits in a bar, looking back and forth. Words vaguely escape his throat. Huh. Wonder when Petal's getting here. Girl sits in an office, that she hasn't used in quite a while, packing up her things from an old dormitory, moving them over to a new. Tears stain her cheeks in the sort of residual well after the speech. She sort of stands, moves. Okay, should be good. Should be good. She moves over. Trouble, it's been a while since you've been here. This office has gone unused for quite some time. Guess I'm ready to move on.
Are you sure you're ready?
Hope so. Thanks for helping me every step of the way.
Of course.
She sort of like looks back at the small empty office, exhales, looking out over the now towering dormitory, shakes her head, leans forward, kisses you, and turns. Okay, well, here's to hoping things can be better this time.
I know it's scary. Change is always scary, but this time we're really moving forward to something better. I really think so.
Speech wasn't too sappy?
No, it was very... you.
She smiles. And at the very top of this world, Argus, you reach out your hand, and it catches. And with that, this operation is done. We're back in it, everyone!
Let's
fucking go!
Oh my goodness. Only bangers.
Only bangers, folks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Y'all are the fucking best.
We'd go over bond ups, but it's late.
It's late?
So I'm just gonna... We're gonna go through fan art as quickly as possible while also retaining the information that we're showing.
Yes. As a reminder, before fan art, if you like this show, come back on Friday. Christian's doing a West Marches Mecha
Friday,
game.
March 31st at 8 EST, the same time we start Reflection on the same channel that you're seeing this. I'm saying it's a specific date for YouTube viewers.
Thank you. Also, check out mine and Roma's Patreons for the content.
And also, the YouTube, ! YouTube, ! Discord. If you want to talk about the show with all these amazing people, join the Discord.
Yes, join the Discord.
Let me screen share to the people in my call right now.
Right now?
And let me triple check something. This was put together by Lester 2020. And so, as fast as I can, with retaining the respect.
The respect.
From Nervous Dragon. We got some...
Oh, extremely lovely. Oh, those are so lovely.
And then from Rube, we have Mysterious Rubeman.
Oh my god.
And then from Kimchi Bite, we have this great fucking...
Just Rubeman.
From Dungeon Master Zero. Yeah.
God, fucking every week.
Oh, it's so fucking rad, bro.
Then from Leaf we have my keychain.
Yes.
And then we have Stefano keychain.
Oh,
so cute.
Yeah. And then from Flickr we have Ace Video Games.
That looks so good.
And then from Person of Good Hat, what if you wanted to go to the Flame of Creation, but they said when you die, you will not rejoin the Flame of Creation. Yo-Yo Man. And then,
lovely.
3D model.
That's
model.
Fucking God.
That
Collapse.
weird.
Look at that. Yo!
Oh my gosh.
From Leaf. Thank you. What I did for my winter break.
I fucking
died.
I fucking died, bro.
99 more images.
What the fuck, bro?
From
You
Paige.
guys.
Of course, I've been practicing. Okay. What's up, Argonauts? It's your boy Argos, and we're here tonight with some hot FPS action. Minus 1,000 subs.
I love that mic in the background.
Yeah, I sent that mic as a reaction image. There she is!
And then for Barshine, we have a Beazle.
Creature.
The creature.
The creature.
The creature.
Pinky up, it's fine.
Body for rent.
Body for rent.
The sword can only be swung by people close to each other.
So you need less girlfriends and more friends.
Kind of sad when you say it that way.
Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, yeah. And then we have a Cam and Gene.
Oh, love it.
Master Zero. And then
Lasers.
Oh, it shoots lasers?
That's a good one. Oh god, and then we have the high five from Liam from Chad. Date? Yeah.
Say date?
Goblin is taking hold of my brain.
Yeah! Root sweep!
Yeah, from Master Zero. Yeah.
Oh.
Solus and Robin.
Solus and Robin. Oh my god.
Oh, Messiah.
Successfully deflect riddles.
Z on the chest, god. And then from Leaf.
Yo! Bruh!
Then normal sun and normal moon. And then
Normal sun and normal
Howdy and
moon.
Hat's Argonaut Bingo. God, that's gonna get filled up.
That's gonna get filled up fast.
Yeah.
Ace and Ace!
Ace and Ace, my favorite.
Oh.
Mr.
Oh my
Bones,
God.
I've got you now.
I feel I was denied critical need to know information about her ability to suplex train. You upset Mike.
Oh.
Then we got a deal.
Oh, there she is.
Person of a good hat. I don't know what's happening here, but I got it, so yeah. Mad Mike. Every month.
Every
A
month.
Fury Mom, that's what it is. Traffic Mom's the pristine one. Like, is that a gun? I control forces of nature. No one controls Basil. Yeah. Then, microphone.
Oh.
I am part of your strength.
Lovely.
Want to keep clowning with me? Yeah. Are you ready for some weird shit? Yeah. Oh yeah.
There she
Basil
is.
in the ambulance. Oh, then yeah, the weird hug in the car.
They're so
Beezle.
close, you guys. Beezle.
What is that thing? Oh, it's crying.
Oh, that'd be so fucked, though.
Microplastics. Yeah.
Microplastics.
Destroy the sander. Yep. And then the photo from Dungeon Master Zero.
Oh.
And then Cthulhu. Are you ready for some existential horror? Yeah.
Horror, let's go, baby.
Ah,
Let's
Chad,
go.
yeah.
Oh.
The horrors.
The horrors.
Horrors.
She's going through her. Yeah, love to see
Scary
it.
from Howdy. And then the gays community. Yeah.
The gays community.
They started floating around the room, just like screensavers that never touch the corners. The balloon bimbo.
No.
Who are you? Yeah. And then from Chad Ace. Yeah. The hopium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hopium.
Are you gonna eat that? The Pringles
got
can
prong.
is dangerous.
Oh.
Then we got
Oh,
Dill.
lovely.
Oh, lovely.
Best meal of your life, Half-Life. Yeah. I love Gabe because of misogyny.
You put Satyr in Perfect Gentleman, and I'd like to rebel. Hey, Chad. Hey. Stop reading my fucking mind.
You're not the ugliest demon we've seen. Your movies were
You're
more
actually-
action than romance. Yeah.
Let's see.
Community just go to jail. Yeah, do not collect $200. Yeah, and then we have the
love seeing
triple
that.
threat from
The
Howdy.
triple threat.
Frankly,
Frank,
they're panicking.
They're
I thought that said
panicking.
ranching, and I was like, what?
You ever ranch ace?
Have you seen that?
Sorry, I asked a weird question.
God. Too emo to
Too
die.
emo to die.
Yeah. That's right.
That is so, I can see you saying that alone.
Drink the tea, Ace. Yeah.
Drink the tea, Ace.
Looks like it's just me and you, Candy Vault Watcher. Rose and Thorns.
Oh, that's
From
so
Howdy.
fucking cool, bro.
The Ace meanness scale. Yep. And then, yeah.
Feels so good at this, you guys.
Yeah, from
Oh,
lovely.
the most efficient way would be to kiss Mike, or again, just shoot him. You mean a single-handed savior, right?
Right?
Good.
Right.
He doesn't
He
kick
doesn't
puppies.
kick puppies.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they're from Dungeon Master Zero.
Oh,
Ace.
lovely.
I didn't know we were scheming. God.
I didn't think we were scheming.
Willow, what's wrong with backpacks? Yeah, light inspectors.
Y'all fucking killing it with the fan art. Yo,
Oh,
fucking
lovely.
sick as hell.
And then the weed and smoking. God, this silly goof moment with old Basil
That
here.
silly goof moment.
Why'd you turn your back on this world? Oh, God. Why am I not allowed to be me? You can't just say, "Oh God, what a reverse." Your friend, Ace Galatine. Yeah.
Yo! Fucking
Good
yo!
Too
We're
powerful.
winning.
And then we got Ace from Howdy.
Yeah.
And then menacing. Everything's
Everything
gone.
is going wrong.
Yeah, I almost had Ace go over there and be like, "Yeah, same."
Oh my god.
Don't think about catfish. Surely that's the little Beepo's misery is increasing.
Little Beepo's misery is increasing. Little Beepo's misery is
Did
increasing.
your dog also bite a missile?
Probably.
My
Probably.
from Dungeon Master
Mike.
Zero. And then from
Yeah.
some nobody.
We can post the hussy image.
Wait, we're scheming?
Oh god, yeah.
Slut away from my boyfriend!
What? I wish. Allegations being.
Drink the tea, Ace. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Let me refresh. And let me
Hit that fucking refresh,
change to
bro.
the screen just so I can like do my best to. Okay, there's 2 more images apparently. Let me just.
Y'all are the best.
Okay, back to fan art screen. Then
No
Rangers.
Rangers. Everyone, please keep a tally of sessions where the Rangers do not appear in. I need to
Do
know how
not
bad
appear,
I'm
yeah.
fucking up.
And then from Dungeon Master Zero.
Yo,
then finally,
sick as fuck.
Guardian Hat's thing. Bingo.
You got it!
Hey.
Congratulations.
Hey!
We'll make sure to add more trebuchets next time. But yeah, that's it. Thank
That's
you all
it.
That's so
for
much.
watching.
How dare.
Y'all are the fucking best.
Alright.
Jesus.
So, everyone say goodbye.
Goodbye,
Bye-bye.
chat. Thank you so much for watching.
Hey.
Bye.